everyone. All of us at the Caspian Policy Center are excited to welcome you to the 2026 Trans-Caspian Forum, the middle corridor at a turning point, next generation growth for the Trans-Caspian region. I would now like to welcome our CEO, Efka Nifty, for introductory remarks.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you all. This is our 10th gathering, basically. We say due to pandemic and a couple other issues in 10 years, sometimes we name it 9th or 10th. We just say 10th forum that we are gathering together. It's also CPC's 10th anniversary. I would like to welcome all our guests from all over the Caspian region, from Washington, D.C. It's so good to see you all here. Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Caspian Policy Center is proud to host the 10th edition of the Trans-Caspian Forum, bringing together leading voices from government, business, and civil society to discuss the opportunities and challenges shaping the broader Caspian region. Allow me to begin thanking our distinguished guests and our friends in the U.S. government for their continued support. We are particularly honored to have both senior advisor of the Board of Peace, Ari Lightstone, and Senator Steve Daines joining us today. Mr. Lightstone's participation in today's forum is a reminder of our shared responsibility in maintaining and fostering global peace, and pursuit of which has forged stronger ties between the United States and the Caspian region. Senator Steve Daines has similarly demonstrated a commitment to strengthening multilateral relations. As a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he has traveled widely throughout the Greater Caucasus region, Caspian region, and founded the Central Asia Caucus of the U.S. Congress. We are also privileged to host several ambassadors. I would like to welcome all of them here at our forum today, from Georgia, from Kyrgyz Republic, from Tajikistan, from Turkmenistan. In addition, I would like to also recognize Mr. Hikmet Hajiev, Assistant to the President of Azerbaijan, Yerzhan Kazakhan, the representative of the President of Kazakhstan for negotiations with the United States, and Javlon Vakhabov, Deputy Advisor to the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on foreign policy, whose participation in this forum we are truly grateful for. Finally, we are also pleased to welcome representatives from the embassies of all 8 Caspian countries. I want to note that we also have Turkey here, very important country in our region, in the middle corridor as well. Welcome here. I want to also note that today carries special significance for Caspian Policy Center. This year marks the 10th anniversary of the Caspian Policy Center. A decade ago, we set out to provide independent analysis of rapidly changing region. Today, the Caspian region has moved firmly to the center of the global affairs, and at the CPC, we remain committed to providing the insight and engagement this moment demands. Here, I also want to thank all our advisory board members, all our board members who are in this room today, who also served in different positions in U.S. government and also academia, who contributed greatly to the improvement of the Caspian-U.S. relations. And of course, Ambassador Hoagland, I also want to recognize you here. Your efforts has been very important from day one to improve the level of this institution. The past 12 months have been hugely consequential for the Caspian region. We saw the signing of long-awaited peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan, accelerating development of the Middle Corridor, the enduring ramifications of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, growing competition over critical minerals, and most recently, renewed tensions involving Iran. All these developments have reinforced the Caspian region's centrality to global affairs, the urgency of the conversations we are having here today. Nowhere in the region's transformation more visible than the growth of the Middle Corridor. Once considered a secondary route, it has emerged Eurasia's most viable pathway to global markets, particularly as Russian routes remain hampered by sanctions and maritime trade is restricted due to instability in the Middle East. Investments to expand ports, modernize rail systems, and digitize customs procedures have dramatically increased cargo capacity along the route. We have seen huge increase of the traffic in the Middle Corridor last year, just alone 62% increase in the Trans-Caspian activity, and we hope to see more engagement in coming years, basically. Alongside this infrastructure gains, regional coordination has deepened in ways that we would have unimagined just a few years ago. A notable example of this, Azerbaijan's formal integration to the Central Asia's consultative meetings at last year's Tashkent summit, the emergence of what is now being called a C6 framework. It reflects a growing recognition that energy flows, economic corridors, and security dynamics increasingly bind Central Asia and the South Caucasus into a single strategic space. US engagement with the region has kept pace with these developments. The Trump administration took a leading role in brokering the historic Armenia-Azerbaijan peace agreement and announcing the trip corridor last August, and Washington has continued renewing its commitment to this process since then. Vice President Vance's historic visit to both Yerevan and Baku in February and Secretary Rubio's recent engagement in Armenia underscored that conflict resolution in the South Caucasus for Washington, not merely a diplomatic aspiration, but a prerequisite for realizing the Middle Corridor's full potential. The November C5+ summit, which was also another milestone in our relations with the Caspian region, C5+ summit here in Washington reinforced that message for Central Asia. By convening all 5 heads of state at the presidential level, the United States signaled that it views the region not as a set of bilateral relationships, but as a coherent strategic partner. The strong business engagement that accompanied the summit, spanning a wide range of sectors, gave the political signal real economic weight. So the past year has been one of the remarkable momentum for the region. But the task is now delivery, translating agreements into implementation, and ambition into results. We have done a lot of branding and positioning for the region. Now it's time to basically practice most of the agreements and MOUs and many declarations that have been made on the policy level. That is the backdrop against which today's conversation takes place. As you can see, we have a full agenda that covers a whole set of crucial issues and trends affecting the Caspian region. This morning, we'll hear strategic visions directly from senior leaders before turning to the state of the Middle Corridor. This afternoon, we'll take questions that will define the region's next decade: digital sovereignty and AI, critical minerals, energy security, nuclear energy, and the business investment landscape along the Middle Corridor. Now, it's my privilege to hear from Ari Lightstone, Senior Advisor to the Board of Peace, and Senior Advisor to Ambassador Steve Witkoff and Peace Missions Office, and the CEO of the Abraham Accord Peace Institute. The Board of Peace has successfully united a diverse collection of nations under one goal: advancing and maintaining peace with the Middle East. That 4 Caspian countries serve as founding members alongside the United States illustrates the unifying power of the pursuit of global peace. Mr. Lightstone played a significant role in the Abraham Accords as a special envoy for economic normalization for the Abraham Accords, where he worked to promote business partnerships with the view of maintaining regional stability. In recognition of these efforts, Mr. Lightstone was recognized by the Department of Defense and Department of State. Under Ambassador Witkoff, Mr. Lightstone was also instrumental in finalizing the TRIP Accords, which is very important in the Middle Corridor, which brought about peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. I'm pleased to welcome to the stage, online, we'll hear from, will join us online from his travel. And this tireless advocate for peace and friend of the Caspian region, Ari Lightstone. Please welcome him.
Thank you so much. I am sorry not to be with you in person for 2 reasons. It looks like the coffee is going to be very invigorating, and the camaraderie, much more important than the caffeine there, I think is electric. And to be with you in person is fantastic. Vinay, I can see in my picture right now taking a video, is there representing the team. And I assure you that he's got the full proxy of our trip team to be able to figure out how we can better invigorate the entire Middle Corridor. Good morning, and congratulations on what I am calling your 10th anniversary. 9th, 10th doesn't make much of a difference to me, pandemic or not pandemic. It's 10th because to me it's the most significant Caspian event that we are going to have this year. And Efkan, thank you so much for those warm words. It's really my pleasure to join you for this exciting event and to discuss the incredible opportunities that we have for strategic connectivity, energy, critical minerals, and the digital transformation across the Trans-Caspian. Before I begin, I want to give a special shout out to two of people who have become dear friends of mine, Ambassador Kazakan and Special Assistant Advisor to the President Hikmet, both in Azerbaijan and in Kazakhstan. You have been better than partners. You've become true friends, and you represent your leadership so eloquently and so well. It's nice to be able to be with you, at least virtually, at this very special occasion. Our meetings in Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan help lay the groundwork for future progress and for the vision that I'm going to discuss with you this morning. Thank you all for your time and your fantastic hospitality. It's been a little bit more than a year since Special Envoy Witkoff sent me to Baku and said, how do we develop this relationship and make it more special? After 12 trips to Azerbaijan and Armenia, it seemed like we are on a path to something that would be groundbreaking. Everybody in that room, in your room right now, knows how intractable the conflict was in between Azerbaijan and Armenia. And everyone knows that there are three ingredients that are necessary in order to be able to uncork the bottle, which is the Caspian. Number one is leadership. And we have that in spades in the Caspian. I'd like to specifically recognize the leadership of Azerbaijan and the leadership of Armenia, but the leadership of the entire C5, which is now called C6. Without leadership, you don't have anything. The second is relevance. Let's just be honest with ourselves. We all have a limited amount of time, and the most precious commodity that we have is not uranium, but it's the watch that's on our wrist. And when we will go to address problems and challenges, we're going to do it where we get the greatest bang for our buck. And until the recent crises have pronounced the not opportunity for the middle corridor, but the necessity for the middle corridor, it just hasn't been enough of a priority for the time. And the third has to be creativity. So many of us have looked at the region and said, it just doesn't work. Azerbaijan and Armenia, there will be no way to get across. The Trans-Caspian, look at all of the other players that are involved here. Who has a veto? Who has a different say? Is it worth the time? Is the bang worth the buck? Is the cost worth the reward? And the answer is definitively in this case, you have leadership, you have the requirement for this, and with a little bit of innovation and creativity, I think we can take the middle corridor and make it the primary trade route in the world. And I'm saying that very specifically, not in the region, but in the entire world. So after a year of getting to know your incredible region, we've been working diligently on the key pieces that will establish this permanent path for peace. The connective infrastructure which makes up the foundation of the TRIP, the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity. The TRIP is a first principles, economically oriented solution that helped to break a decades-long deadlock in between Azerbaijan and Armenia. By brokering the initial peace and linking it to the opening of this 42.5-kilometer corridor, us, the US, led by President Trump, increased the chances of sustained peace and unlocking the critical economic choke point, which strengthens the viability and connectivity from Central Asia across the Caspian. You can tell we vote with our feet. Since my multiple trips to the region, the Vice President has been there, Secretary Rubio has been there, Ambassador Witkoff has been intimately involved. Ambassador Gore, not only as the ambassador to India, but as the special envoy to the region, has voted with his feet multiple times. The emphasis of our administration on the importance of the middle corridor, I hope, is as clear to all of you as it is to us. This comes from President Trump. President Trump is a true visionary who approaches conflicts with completely novel approaches. He creates new platforms to resolve seemingly intractable problems and has a remarkable success rate. Earlier this year, the president hosted the Board of Peace's inaugural board meeting in Washington, and it was clearly said beforehand with 4 founding members from the Caspian region. At that meeting, the highlight, according to most, was hosting President Aliyev and Prime Minister Pashinyan in that warm embrace as he pronounced them special guests who don't just talk the talk, but indeed they walk the walk. To have them both attend was an incredible moment and a distinct demonstration to other leaders who were present that not only is peace possible, but peace is practical. When we started envisioning the trip, the Trump route for international peace and prosperity, we were so focused on establishing peace in between Armenia and Azerbaijan that we underestimated the impact it would have on the broader Trans-Caspian trade route and the opportunity it would create for American technologies, investments, and businesses. Speaking frankly for a moment, had we realized the enormity of the task in front of us, I'm not positive we would have accomplished the specific goal that we had in mind. Unlocking this tiny corridor with the leadership that we see in Azerbaijan and in Armenia actually is a great benefit, not just to the region, but to the entire world. So therefore, after the August 8th joint declaration was signed by President Aliyev and Prime Minister Pashinyan, we saw a renewed focus on opportunities for growth and investment in connectivity projects across the Trans-Caspian trade route. Just like the trip, which covers modalities, multiple modalities in transportation, energy, oil, gas, digital, these sectors can continue to evolve and yield impressive results throughout the region. Something we didn't contemplate at the time was the fact that there can be AI data centers in each of your countries that trade not in energy or in oil, but rather in agents, having more of the vertical of the advantage of your energy-rich environments. In a world that's increasingly reliant on global connectivity, regional integration is not optional, it is critical. Energy security and consistency is everything. And being able to have the trip work into this renewed focus on the middle corridor shows that with good leadership, strong vision, you can connect trade and infrastructure with peace and prosperity. The trip proves that short, targeted, decisive infrastructure facilitated by the United States of America can deliver outsized geopolitical and economic results. The model of marrying peace to discrete infrastructure development can help unlock other economic choke points and grow trade as well. I'd like to point out that, look, when we are involved in investing, oftentimes it takes one visionary to prove that something that was previously thought impossible can be possible. The trip demonstrates to the region that that which we thought to be a box that we were stuck in can actually be a launch pad to reach markets that we never before contemplated. We, the United States of America, are backing this comprehensive vision, not just with diplomatic talk, but with our wallets as well. We are going to provide concrete financial tools. The Trip Plus Enterprise Fund, I know what the plus is. Somebody's going to explain that to me later, but the Trip Plus Enterprise Fund, a private not-for-profit organization seeded by the United States of America, will make strategic investments to enhance regional economic integration and private sector development across the South Caucasus and Central Asia. Combined with the TRIP project in the South Caucasus, the TRIP Plus Enterprise Fund will help facilitate private investment in other target areas of infrastructure, efficiency, digital connectivity through hard infrastructure improvements, customs and regulatory harmonization. I want to double click on that. Customs and regulatory harmonization. You can have all the hardware in the world. If you don't have the right software, it sits there empty. And using these digital trade platforms to enhance the software connectivity. And in Central Asia, we continue to mobilize the private sectors through the C5+1, the C6, and B5+1, translating policy into deals and investments. In February, we held the second annual B5+1 forum, bringing U.S. companies and regional businesses together to channel American innovation and capital into real projects that complement TRIP. While Secretary Rubio landed in Armenia to further the TRIP investment company, I was in Baku with my friend Hikmet, who I now see on the screen, leading with Caleb, the first ever Azerbaijan-American economic dialogue, putting meat on the bones, showing that these relationships are really just at the floor and nowhere near the ceiling. Trade, energy, and digital flows from Central Asia, primarily routed north through Russia or south through Iran, are moving towards a more efficient and logical path westward towards European markets. Where traditional grand corridor strategies stall under the weight of scale, politics, and sequencing, the TRIP model in the Trans-Caspian can do the opposite. Identify the critical missing nodes, solve that node, and allow larger systems to become active around it. As I mentioned in the very beginning, last week I was able to travel to Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan, and it was clear throughout my various meetings and engagements that the region is hungry, really hungry, for more connectivity. And we are all on the precipice of an amazing opportunity where we can truly unlock the full potential of the Middle Corridor to connect the Trans-Caspian routes. I look forward to working with all of you on the next steps in ensuring that TRIP and the Greater Region are a booming success for all involved. I will say one closing comment. In the private sector, which is where I have much more experience than in diplomacy, the introduction that FGAM brought there felt very much like a pitch meeting at the beginning of an investment committee. And what it felt to me, and I hope he's smiling right now, what he's been preaching for the last 10 summits, the last 10 forums, I think the rest of the world is finally beginning to see. And while we weren't all the first investors in SpaceX or pick whichever IPO is coming up right now, I think all of us sitting in this room right now can be excited that we are some of the founder investors of this exciting regional investment platform called the Trans-Caspian. And I think if we look to our left and we look to our right and we look to the people sitting across the table from us, I just urge all of us to look at the same thing. The goal is not to get a larger slice of a finite pie. The goal is to work together and to grow that pie. All of our slices will be equally large enough for each of us, for my country and for all of yours, assuming that we grow this pie together. So I look to all of us to sit at this forum and to celebrate the 10th anniversary of it, not as competitors, but as companions in creating this format that I think will yield enormous benefits for all of the citizens of the Trans-Caspian countries, but for the United States of America and for all of our allies that will benefit on the route, the Trump route for international peace and prosperity. This is not just a benefit to the United States of America, it is for international peace and prosperity. And I'm looking forward to when we sit at the 11th summit. Number one, that'll be more exciting than the 10th. Number two, I'll be there in person. But number three, we won't be talking about MOUs and policies, but we'll be talking about trains and roads and pipelines connecting all of our countries in the most efficient and most effective way. I thank you so much for spending part of your morning with me. And I can't tell you how excited I am to follow the outcomes of this summit very, very closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lightstone. We will continue the forum with a strategic dialogue moderated by Dr. Eric Rudenschold, Senior Fellow at the Caspian Policy Center. Joining us today to discuss future cooperation in the Caspian region are Hikmet Hajiev, Assistant to the President of Azerbaijan, Yerjan Kazakhan, the representative of the President of Kazakhstan for negotiations with the United States, Javlon Vakhabov, Deputy Advisor for the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan on Foreign Policy, and Idil Baisalov, Special Envoy of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic for International Initiatives.
So good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank our guests who are on screen joining us this morning, this evening, their time. It is a busy time in our part of the world. I know Ambassador Special Representative Yerjan Kazakhan has to leave us very quickly this evening his time, because he's also hosting Sergio Gore rather than our hosting him. So please say hello to him for us. This panel is looking at the national perspective of the countries from the region on what is the Middle Corridor to them. What does it mean? What does this development mean for connectivity? What does connectivity mean to the countries of this region? And how does it change their perspective, their engagement? Each speaker will give a chance to do an initial presentation. Please don't go too long. We're already as tight for time. And I'll start with Special Envoy Yerjan Kazakhan from Kazakhstan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues from broader Caspian region. It is a great pleasure and privilege to join you today from sunny Astana. Allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Caspian Policy Center for hosting this important event. We commend your leadership in fostering forward-looking dialogue on the future of the Middle Corridor and broader Caspian region. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Center on its 10th anniversary. Today, the Caspian region is emerging as one of the key strategic crossroads of the 21st century, connecting Europe and Asia, linking energy and industrial markets, and shaping new supply chains, transport routes, and security architecture. In this evolving landscape, Kazakhstan sees enormous opportunities for deeper partnership with the United States and our regional partners. Last November, President Tokayev met President Donald Trump in the Oval Office, where both leaders reaffirmed their commitment to a pragmatic, result-oriented partnership focused on concrete deliverables and long-term strategic alignment. Today, this partnership is producing tangible results across energy, transport and logistics, critical minerals, advanced manufacturing, and supply chain resilience. We have signed 29 commercial agreements with leading American companies, including Boeing, John Deere, and Wabtec, with a cumulative value exceeding $20 billion. Kazakhstan remains the principal destination for US investment in Central Asia. Today, more than 600 American companies successfully operate in Kazakhstan, with cumulative US investments surpassing $100 billion. Beyond investment cooperation, Kazakhstan has also become a reliable strategic supplier of resources essential for global economic security and technological development. We account for approximately 24% of US uranium imports and possess substantial reserves of critical minerals capable of supply 25 out of 60 minerals included in the US Geological Survey critical minerals list. These resources are increasingly central not only to economic growth, but also to technological sovereignty, industrial competitiveness, AI infrastructure, defense industries, and the global clean energy transition. For this reason, we view it is highly symbolic that the first in-person ministerial meeting of the C5+1 Critical Minerals Dialogue, launched today in Astana, is bringing together all regional states and the United States around a shared strategic agenda. The dialogue creates a direct platform to connect America's supply chain priorities with Central Asia's resource and industrial potential. Kazakhstan is deepening practical cooperation with fellow members of the Organization of Turkic States, which we view as a pragmatic platform for expanding economic, transport, technological, and cultural cooperation, complementing and reinforcing the broader Trans-Caspian agenda. For example, trade between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan continued to grow steadily, with both countries aiming to increase bilateral trade to $10 billion in the coming years. Azerbaijan's participation has effectively expanded the C5 format into a broader C6 regional platform, linking Central Asia's energy and mineral potential with the South Caucasus transport infrastructure. Today, the long-term sustainability in the Middle Corridor will depend on its effective transformation into a strategic platform for resilient Eurasian connectivity. First, physical connectivity. Kazakhstan's cooperation with Azerbaijan across the Caspian Sea is deepening regional coordination in port infrastructure, rail transport, logistics systems, helping strengthen the efficiency and reliability of the corridor. Over the past 15 years, Kazakhstan has invested approximately $35 billion in transport infrastructure, constructing more than 2,500 kilometers of new railroads, and plans to add another 5,000 kilometers in the coming years. We are modernizing the Caspian ports of Aktau and Kuryk, expanding maritime fleet capacity, and upgrading border and custom infrastructure. The results are already visible. Cargo volumes between Asia and Europe through the Middle Corridor have increased nearly tenfold since 2022, while container traffic along the Trans-Caspian route grew by 36% in 2025. Second, digital connectivity. Beyond physical infrastructure, Kazakhstan and its regional partners are advancing the digital dimension of the Middle Corridor, transforming it into a modern Eurasian digital bridge, connecting markets, technologies, and innovation ecosystems across Asia and Europe. A major step in this direction is the construction of the Trans-Caspian fiber optic cable, linking Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan beneath the Caspian Sea, scheduled to completion by the end of 2026. This project will significantly strengthen regional digital infrastructure, support secure data flows and AI-driven logistics, and expand high-speed digital connectivity between Asia and Europe. Third, energy connectivity. As you are all aware, Kazakhstan continues to serve as a reliable and responsible supplier of energy resources to US allies in Europe, despite continued volatility in global energy markets and broader geopolitical turbulence. We highly value the support of the United States in securing sanctions-related exemptions for the CPC pipeline and other strategically important energy projects, helping ensure uninterrupted export and maintain global energy stability. Under these circumstances, Kazakhstan is working to reduce transit risks and expand alternative export infrastructure, including through the development of the Trans-Caspian pipeline. Kazakhstan continues to contribute actively to international peace and stability. We joined the Abraham Accords, extended their geographic and political reach into Eurasia. President Tokayev signed the Charter of the Board of Peace in Davos and later participated in the inaugural meeting hosted by President Trump in Washington on 19th February. And I would like to thank Senior Advisor Ari Lightstone for his kind words and comments. Kazakhstan is proud to be founding member of this initiative and among the few countries providing tangible contribution to the stabilization and peace-building efforts in the Middle East. Distinguished participants, Kazakhstan's growing international role is underpinned by profound domestic modernization. Through comprehensive constitutional reform, we are strengthening checks and balances, reinforcing the rule of law, modernizing governance institutions, and building a more accountable and responsive political system. The new constitution firmly safeguards the core principle of sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity, and our unitary statehood. Importantly, these reforms were shaped through unprecedented public participation and national consultation. Our objective is straightforward: to build a modern, rules-based, investment-friendly economy supported by strong institutions, legal predictability, and effective governance. Our approach is evolutionary, pragmatic, and grounded on our national realities while remaining fully open to international best practices. At a time when the global economy is being reshaped by fragmentation, geopolitical competition, and the reach for resilient supply chain, the Caspian region is emerging as a space of strategic opportunity. Kazakhstan intends to be the center of this transformation, a driver of the regional integration, and a strategic bridge connecting Central Asia, the Caucasus, and the global markets. And we will be happy to continue our close cooperation with all our friends and colleagues. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Yerzhan. I know you are being pulled back to the C5+1 critical minerals dialogue. Thank you so much for taking the time out of this busy day to join us. We appreciate your thoughts. So now we're going to turn across the Caspian Sea to Hikmet Hajiev, who is the assistant to the president of Azerbaijan and who provides, I hope, equally enlightening comments. There we are. Hi, Hikmet. Good to see you.
Hi, Eric. Good to see you.
Please go ahead.
I hope everybody's hearing me.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric, for your introduction. And I also, at the outset, take this opportunity to thank Caspian Policy Center, Dr. Afgan Niftiev, and entire team and family of the Caspian Policy Center for providing strategic communication and platform for the engagement of the Washington, D.C. with the countries of the region. And at the outset, and also let me also convey my best regards to the distinguished auditorium. I do regret that I'm not physically over there, but I hope that in the future endeavors, I will have an opportunity to join you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan has been working on the Middle Corridor since its independence. But after the resolution of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict and de facto peace in the region provides a new dimensions and new opportunities in the foreign policy of Azerbaijan. It expands towards the new geographies, and based on the new geopolitical identities of Azerbaijan. What does it mean, the geopolitical identities of Azerbaijan? From one side, Azerbaijan is a country of the South Caucasus, but in the meantime, we belong to the family of the Central Asia, and we also belong to the broader Caspian Sea region. Azerbaijan also has an identities of the European dimension and a Middle Eastern dimension. All of these values don't compete with one another, but complement with one another. And also with the resolution of the Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict, Azerbaijan switched to the middle power concept, regional middle power concept. And for us, middle power concept is not just measured by the size, economy, and population or military might of the countries. Middle power, original middle power concept is a network of the partnership and influence of the country, and it's in a broader stance as an international and global stage. Now I would like to concentrate on the Caspian Sea and Trans-Caspian dimension. Caspian Sea is a value and treasure for Azerbaijan. It doesn't separate Azerbaijan from the Central Asia, but it unites us. Last year, Azerbaijan was accepted as a full member of the Central Asian Consultative Council with a unanimous support and decision of our brother countries from the region. And I would like to distinguish C5+1 concepts from the Azerbaijan's accession to the format. I metaphorically call it C5+1 is a matter of the mathematics, but in our case, it's a 6, it's a matter of the chemistry. It's a cohesion and unification, or in other words, back to the roots. Because with the Central Asia and Azerbaijan, we are sharing the historical, cultural, linguistic, and values and bonds. Azerbaijan is also bound by the strategic allied relationship with the countries of the region, specifically Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and strategic partnership ties with other countries of the region. Organization of the Turkic states provides yet another umbrella and framework for our cooperation across the middle corridor, Turkey and Azerbaijan and Central Asia. And with a young demography, strategic energy and critical mineral resources and connectivity linkages and strong economy, our Turkic world is becoming new geopolitical reality and platform for the cooperation in the broader Eurasian continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the moment that Middle Corridor is undergoing a profound transformation from a transport route into the strategic geoeconomic system, linking Europe, South Caucasus, and Central Asia and beyond. What we are witnessing today is not a marginal adjustment of trade routes. It's a structural shift in the architecture of the Eurasian connectivity. Under the circumstances of the escalation of the conflict in the Gulf region and Middle East, and Middle Corridor gains yet additional significance and importance. One of the important key components and connectivity linkages of the Middle Corridor is a Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway that we have finalized with our Georgian neighbors. With a designed capacity of approximately 5 million tons annually, it reduces transit times between Europe and Asia to 12 and 15 days, compared to 40 and 60 days via the maritime route. Equally, Baku Port, which is a linkage with the Central Asian ports, continues to strengthen its position as a critical Caspian logistic hub, with a current capacity of 15 million tons and planned expansion to 20 million tons. Azerbaijan's advantage is not also limited to land and sea infrastructure. It extends decisively into the air logistics as well. A critical dimension of this connectivity architecture is also linkage with our Nakhchivan region of Azerbaijan. Joint declaration signed in Washington, D.C. on August 8, 2025 reaffirmed the principle of unimpeded connectivity between mainland Azerbaijan and the Nakhchivan region. In this context, the emerging Zangezur or TRIP connectivity framework is increasingly viewed as a strategic segment of the Middle Corridor. It has a potential to strengthen east-west connectivity while reinforcing Azerbaijan's direct link to Turkey and broader Eurasian transport network. From the strategic perspective, connectivity to Nakhchivan is not a peripheral issue. It's a defining indicator of whether the region is moving from the fragmentation towards the integration. A significant dimension of the evolving regional architecture is a deepening strategic engagement between the United States and Azerbaijan. Following the historic understanding reached between President Trump and President Aliyev on August 25 at the White House, Azerbaijan-United States relations have entered a more structured and forward-looking phase of cooperation, anchored in shared interests in regional stability, connectivity, economic and strategic cooperation. In this context, two sides have signed a Charter on Strategic Framework, providing an institutional basis for expanded cooperation across political, security, economic, architecture domains. A digital dimension of this transformation is equally critical. As it was highlighted my Kazakh colleague, a Trans-Caspian fiber optic cable project between Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan has reached its implementation milestone. This marks a fundamental evolution in regional connectivity, where the Middle Corridor is not longer solely a logistic route, but a dual physical and digital infrastructure system. Middle Corridor today stands at a decisive historical juncture. It's a transitioning from the supplementary transit route into the central artery of the Eurasian connectivity. Azerbaijan's strategic vision is to ensure that this corridor evolves into a fully integrated system, combining transport, energy, aviation, digital infrastructure into the coherent regional architecture. The future of the Caspian Cooperation will not only be defined by geography alone, but the connectivity intelligence, the capacity to integrate infrastructure system, digital networks, and governance frameworks into the unified operational space. If its trajectory sustains, the Middle Corridor will not only connect East and West, it will become secure and strategically resilient engine of the Eurasian connectivity. It's a vision from Azerbaijan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Hikmet, and thank you for staying on with us for discussion. But next, we will turn back across the Caspian to Central Asia, to Javlon Vahabov, who is the Deputy Advisor to the President of Uzbekistan, who I can't believe is awake. He's flown here to be specially with us. Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, so wonderful to be back in DC, a place where I spent almost 6 years of my life together with my family members. And wonderful to see so many familiar faces, those individuals whom I've been closely working over the past years. And happy to acknowledge that the CPC's 10th anniversary somehow coincided with at least 3 milestones, which I would like to highlight as well. Almost 10 years about to pass since the Uzbekistan government began to implement its own good neighborliness policy, and the real rapprochement in Central Asia began to happen. And our great nations are about to celebrate another milestone. So all Trans-Caspian nations, Central Asian nations, are about to celebrate the 35th anniversary of their independence and sovereignty. And the United States, in less than a month, so we'll celebrate its 250th anniversary. So in this regard, I can't fail to congratulate our American partners on this huge, huge milestone in the history of independent and truly sovereign America. Well, unlike my predecessors, I represent a country which is pretty far from the sea, and still double landlocked nation. So in these terms, the approach which I would like to highlight might be quite different from those topics which have been already delivered by my colleagues. And the Middle Corridor is not a fashionable geopolitical topic so to discuss, at least for Uzbekistan. So it's a practical question: how does a double landlocked country reduce the cost of reaching world markets? So there's a big question which I would like to address in my remarks. And this matters because Uzbekistan is no longer the same economy. So it was 10 years ago, so exactly 10 years ago, back in 2015, the overall trade was around $25 billion. And over the past 10 years, this number increased up to almost $80 billion, so threefold increase. And when it comes to the nation's GDP, so Back in 2016, it was less than $60 billion. So in 2025, we've so acknowledged that this number increased up to almost $150 billion. Well, for Uzbekistan, logistics in these terms is not just a transport, it's a competitiveness. And the World Bank analysis has estimated Uzbekistan logistics costs are at around $8 billion, and more than half of freight transport costs are incurred outside our territory. This means we can so reform our own customs, roads, railways, logistics centers, but still face high costs if the regional corridor does not work properly. And that's why so the country which I represent looks at the middle corridor as a cost reduction strategy, not simply as a transit route. And the corridor is already growing, as this has already been mentioned by my colleagues. So, and cargo volumes along the Trans-Caspian road increased from less than 1 million tons in 2020 to around 4.5 million tons in 2024. So the middle corridor is quite promising, but it's not yet fully competitive. So its current capacity is still around 6% of the traditional northern routes potential. So the reason is simple. This is not one railway, but a chain. So cargo moves by rail, then to a port, then across the Caspian Seas, and again by rail or road through the South Caucasus. And every transfer adds time, and every border so adds paperwork, and every delay becomes a cost. And there are also serious constraints, so limited port capacity, slow so transshipment, ferry shortages, and the declining water level of the Caspian Sea. So the real question in these terms is not whether the corridor exists. It exists, certainly, right? So the real question is whether it can be operated like one solid corridor, especially for Uzbekistan. When it comes to our targets, which the government has already identified to achieve in the years to come, it's quite clear. So to bring annual transit cargo to more than 20 million tons, so double exports of transport and logistics services, increase container transport by at least 1.5 times, and etc. And these targets are part of our industrial strategy. So without cheaper and more predictable logistics, so Uzbekistan cannot fully move into high-value exports, manufacturing, and regional value chains. Digitalization is another step, which I believe you are pretty well familiar. Topic will be highlighted certainly later. And in these terms, I can't so also fail to mention what we have already achieved together with the Organization of Turkish State Member States, to introduce electronic permits for international road transport. And in 2025, Uzbekistan and Azerbaijan also agreed to move fully to electronic permits for freight. And regional coordination is equally important. In this regard, the meeting which took place so a year ago between Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, so moved the discussion from general support to practical issues. So using ports of Turkmenistan and Baku more effectively, building logistics, infrastructure, coordinating tariffs, digitizing cargo control, and preparing a practical roadmap. So in the meantime, as I have noticed, there are a lot of business people so joining us today, and certainly you might be wondering, so okay, we heard your story pretty well so told. So what might be quite interesting to American businesses as we are unlocking, as we are diversifying these transportation routes? And I believe everyone is good at geography, so we have no coastline and no maritime tradition. But if we so are serious about the middle corridor, so we have to understand ferries, terminals, so port schedules, cargo handling, insurance, and ship financing. And so this is why Uzbekistan is now so exploring its own ferry capacity so on the Caspian Sea. So our transport officials have already noted that cargo can sometimes wait 30 to 40 days for ferry movement. And Uzbekistan is therefore considering leasing or purchasing vessels, including possible options from shipyards in Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan. And last year, in 2025, so Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan signed an agreement on cooperation in shipping and shipbuilding, which has never been seen before. But at the same time, we understand that the new shipbuilding orders it can take some time. So we are considering leased chartered vessels. And working with international Big Four advisors and domestic transport operators on a viable model. So this is not about prestige, it's about guaranteed capacity and predictable schedules. And this is also where the United States, I believe, can be helpful. So the corridor needs practical American investments, ferry leasing, in financing, port management, insurance, digital logistics, platforms, customs technology, warehouse management, and training of specialists. Just to sum up, Uzbekistan does not see the middle corridor, as I have already mentioned, only as a road to Europe. We see it as a way to change the economics of being landlocked. If the corridor works properly, our producers pay less for transport, our exporters become more competitive, our logistics companies gain new markets, and our country becomes less dependent of any single direction. For Uzbekistan, this is the real meaning of the middle corridor, not just transit, but competitiveness, resilience, and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Again, fascinating perspective, a snapshot of where Uzbekistan sees itself and this corridor and connectivity. Last but certainly not least, I would like to invite Adil Baysalov, who is the special envoy of the President of Kyrgyzstan, to give your country's perspective.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, and special greetings, of course, to our brother in Baku, Mr. Hadjiyev. I'd like to, first of all, of course, congratulate Caspian Policy Center with the 10th anniversary. And thank you for putting this event together. And as well as, of course, say that I have the concurrent title with the special advisor. I was asking Dr. Redunschuld actually to, I newly arrived less than a month ago. I presented my credentials as a new ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic to the United States. So I do have two titles, but here I am. I also would like to echo my distinguished colleagues who spoke before and say that this is a very special moment for Central Asia and for our bilateral ties with the United States of America. We are 35 years independent, and this is a special moment, a coming of age for us. It does feel like coming of age. 5 years ago, I've said this to Javlon when I saw him in Bishkek a few years ago. In 2019, when I served as ambassador in London, long before the current president assumed his powers in Kyrgyzstan, I used to say the best news from Central Asia is Shavkat Mirziyoyev, because President Mirziyoyev's leadership has transformed Central Asia and also, of course, brought about this momentum where we are speaking about all these regional partnerships, projects, and the new opportunities. And this is also a very special week for us, because less than a week ago, thanks to the brotherly support of all our Central Asian partners, and the Global South, I underline, we have we achieved in our bid to secure support of the General Assembly to be elected as the non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, terms of 27-28. This is extremely proud moment for us, and of course we view our membership at the highest table of the United Nations as a joint Turkic membership, and we will be promoting all our agenda that is directed at the celebrating and the United Nations Charter, and also, of course, highlighting the role of smaller developing states. This achievement came only because we ran on the platform of peaceful regulation of our borders in Central Asia. You've long been a witness of thousands of articles, hundreds of books where they, in any international relations textbooks, they would highlight the Fergana Valley and say why it is impossible to peacefully negotiate borders in this densely populated region. But our national leaders, presidents of Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, last year in March, in the ancient city of Khujand, declared that henceforth Central Asia is going to be a land of peace and a shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyrgyzstan has for long been a weaker part of Central Asian family. You know, we had quite a turbulent history, but I hope we've been calling, of course, in my previous capacity, my friends in Washington, why nobody is paying attention to the economic achievements of the Kyrgyz Republic. But it is true that for the last 4 years, we've been growing with average 10% growth rate. And it is true that I've been arguing here with the international financial institutions that why they don't release a press release saying that we are the fastest growing economy in the world. But we have achieved so far, both the Asian Development Bank and the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development, they said so, not only that we are the fastest growing economy of Asia and Europe, but also that we will stay #1 both in 2027 and 2028. And in the world, colleagues, it is Guyana that is experiencing oil boom. In your neighborhood here in Latin America, they are experiencing oil boom, and it is #2 is South Sudan. So we are having these results because of exactly those policies that Dr. Rudenscholt and you colleagues used to promote: good governance, effective administration, transparency, and in the interests of the people. It turned out that we are not a dirt poor country that even I came to believe. Immediately after President Japarov's assumption of his responsibilities, within 1 year, we doubled our tax and customs revenue. It turns out that if you don't steal and if you don't allow to steal others, it is actually, and so the new sense. And we are so happy that this sense of optimism, of the belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today, it is shared across Central Asia. We see it at poll after poll. Even those families who are experiencing cost of living crisis and others, and of course there are many families who live in these situations, they believe that tomorrow is going to be better than today, and we have one of the highest approval ratings. In fact, I share a story. Last year in January, you know, for 25 years, International Republican Institute, with the funding of USAID, they ran opinion polling with the Gallup survey. And they were about to publish a survey opinion poll that again underlines that my national leader, President Sadir Japarov, is the most popular head of state in the world. And then they were about to publish that last January. International Republican Institute is a very good friends of mine, and so they shared with us in the presidential administration the survey in advance, and they said they're going to publish. When I receive a phone call that they are not going to publish anymore because this great city ordered all USAID to stop activities. And so I found myself placing phone call to DCM of your embassy in Bishkek saying that it is ready. Let's just issue the press release, hit the send button, because it was so important politically for us. Ladies and gentlemen, the three projects that we are running, very important for us, is of course, again, thanks to this new Central Asian cohesion and harmony and great trust built on the national leadership, heads of state levels, that immediately translates to the streets of our region, is a project which was unimaginable only a few years ago. It is Kambarata. It is a station that is going to be built on our great river Naryn, and that is jointly owned and constructed by the three countries. 34% of it belongs to Kyrgyzstan, 33% to Uzbekistan, 33% to Kazakhstan. And this station is, of course, going to be both serve generation of power, but also help better manage the water resources for downstream countries, which is not only for irrigation. We know that it is important for some regions as a drinking water. And then, of course, project of the century that will transform Central Asia entirely. It is the new transcontinental railroad, China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, which has already started with being constructed, and we believe they will complete it ahead of schedule in 2029. This railroad will connect Kashgar with Andijan via Kyrgyzstan. It is around 320 kilometers and in a very highlands of Kyrgyzstan. But not only that, it will open Central Asia and will basically, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, we mostly rely on the northern routes, but we receive most of our goods from the People's Republic China. I'm not going to be repeating all the words that already talked about the middle corridor, the transit potential. This will also open up a very important mountainous area of Kyrgyzstan, which contains quite many mineral resources, including quite a few critical minerals. And then in Kyrgyzstan, the most important reform run by our president is education reform. It is called Polar Star, because everything else revolves around this guiding Polar Star. We have transformed to the 12th grade system. We completely changed the curriculum. We bought and implementing textbooks from Singapore. We, of course, invest in great resources in English language and in all sorts of soft skills. I know that I will need to be completing my short thing, but I do want to say that I'm not going to say a few other things, but I cannot leave the stage without congratulating Uzbekistan on being in the World Cup. We are all traveling to Houston on June 23rd, they play in Portugal, and then our embassy team will be traveling from Houston to Atlanta for their game with DRC. And also because we are, of course, celebrating birthday of your great nation. Happy birthday, America. Many of our friends here, you've been by our side since day one. In fact, you opened the embassy in Bishkek and other cities long before we all ourselves understood that CIS does not stand for USSR. But happy birthday, America, and we want to build even stronger and closer relations with your great nation. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Once again, we get a snapshot, a fascinating look into 4 countries, the perspectives of these presidential whisperers, the advisors, some of the brain trust behind these countries. I'd like to take briefly a few seconds to ask, Hikmet, are you still online? Or did we lose him?
I'm here.
Excellent. Briefly, I'd just like to get your perspective. I mean, everyone's talked about the middle corridor. As the corridor expands, as the trip corridor is built, what are Azerbaijan's ultimate ambitions? Are you a hub? Are you a passageway? Or are you an economic center? What does Azerbaijan seek? And I ask you to do it briefly because I've got to ask everyone similar questions.
Eric, I would say that all of them together with our like-minded countries in the region, we would like to build all of these parameters for our region. As in a middle corridor will benefit for everybody. It will provide logistics, connectivity, and linkage, and a trade route. And all of these components together, in a sense, we see it also new regional architecture or new regional connectivity and cooperation architecture for the broader Eurasian continent. And I also completely agree with my colleagues in the panel that we are landlocked countries. Once you are a landlocked country, you should seek new opportunities for the connectivity. In the meantime, let me also highlight that it's not only a one-way street, it's a two-way street. It's an opening of the United States companies and private sector towards the region as well.
Super, thank you. Javlon Vahabov, for decades, we've always talked about double landlocked Uzbekistan. And you've faced any number of constraints because of your geography. But now your country is invested in connectivity to the west, as you discussed, connectivity to the south. Which direction ultimately benefits Uzbekistan, the future of your country? Is it any particular direction, or is it just simply connectivity itself that is turning things upside down and enabling your country to develop?
Well, I wouldn't frame this as a choice between westward, southward, connectivity. And over the past 10 years, we've been advancing a foreign policy which rests on a pure diversification. Diversification, related also to connectivity, to those new markets which we keep exploring. So in these terms, for Uzbekistan, the main point is not which single direction matters more. We are looking at particularly at the middle corridor as a broad regional connectivity map, where this corridor might coexist with China, Kyrgyzstan-Uzbekistan railroad, which is underway, right? Where Trans-Afghan corridor, another infrastructure project we are currently anticipating to build up with our partners in South Asia, and of course there is traditional northern route. So all these routes, which we believe should coexist together, but in the meantime we shouldn't be limited by one option to choose. And this is mostly about what we call strategic optionality. So in these terms, so the middle corridor is one of those many choices we are currently making, along with others, which we are still exploring with our neighbors.
Super, thank you. Idil Baisalov, this new rail line, you talk about connecting Kyrgyzstan to China, to Uzbekistan. It is a major step forward, obviously. Historically, major transport routes have really benefited some countries more than others. How does Kyrgyzstan work to capture the benefit of this rail and not simply just be a pass-through?
Yes. Most certainly will open opportunities for us, not only because it passes exactly through those mountains where a great, one of the largest iron deposits, and then this aluminum, and then a few other metals that we need railroad to operate with. But also it will greatly improve the time for us to transport our exports, starting from garments to agriculture to other products. Most certainly, this railroad has been in the plans for 30 years, more than 30 years, and it took the current leadership of Kyrgyzstan to finally start this construction. It will be transformative. We need to make sure that this railroad obviously is actually in the current news because of the crisis in the Persian Gulf. There were reports in your great newspapers about how Iran is looking for ways to transport the oil by railroad. So this railroad will help us also connect we always discuss about diversifying our oil imports. And we are an energy dependent country. This spring we had in the our farmers, exactly when they need diesel, increased twice. We don't import one drop of oil from the Middle East, and it's next to 95% it is Russian oil. It has been almost 2 times more expensive because of the current crisis, and we believe that 1.5% of GDP decrease because of the current crisis. So therefore, this railroad will be transformative. It is obviously has economic implications, political, geopolitical, but most certainly we ask American, the international financial institutions to celebrate this railroad exactly for achieving long-held American policy of increasing connectivity of our region.
Super. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank all 4 of our senior presidential advisors for their insights and their incredible wisdom in giving us a real understanding of how the thinking in different capitals meets and where it differs. Thank you all. Great session.
Thank you all for that insightful discussion. We will now move to our series of panels, beginning with Panel 1, the Middle Corridor, Strengthening Strategic Choice and Building Secure Networks. Ambassador Matthew Klimo, an advisory board member at CPC, will be our moderator. Let me introduce our panelists for this discussion. Vinay Chola works as Office Director and Special Envoy for Peace Missions at the United States Department of State. Dr. Talay Ziadov serves as advisor to the Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan. Ambassador Zafer Atesh serves as Director General for Energy, Environment, and Transboundary Waters at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Turkey. Nurjan Marabayev is CEO of Semerg Invest, a private investment and development company in Kazakhstan, and Zviad Khatishvili is Director of the Poti Seaport Administration.
Well, thank you and welcome to the first panel discussion. And I can't think of a more auspicious way to begin our series of panels by talking about Middle Corridor with people who have been working this on the ground. Before I begin, I want to give a special welcome to my friend, the new ambassador of Turkmenistan to Washington, Esen Andangdiev. Congratulations, Mr. Ambassador. We are witnessing the completion of an uninterrupted transportation arc connecting the Mediterranean basin, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. And of course, that's paralleled with digital connections, pipelines, and energy. We see this as no longer a transportation network in waiting, but a transportation network in reality. We're already seeing reduced times, as we heard by our initial panelists. The Baku-Tbilisi-Kars Railway is becoming the backbone of this middle corridor. And last month in May, the Armenian rail connection was completed to Kars, which was certainly a watershed moment for Armenia, but really for the entire region. The Trump route for international peace and prosperity, or TRIP, represents an expansion of this framework. But as we heard this morning, challenges remain in terms of port capacity, customs alignment, financing, and investment. Having spent some time at various seaports that dot the Caspian Sea, I'm especially interested to hear what our panelists have to say about the challenges as well as the advantages that the middle corridor brings. They've invested considerable time professionally to making this a reality, on the ground and on the sea. We have 5 panelists today. 2 will join us remotely. I'm not sure if we have everybody connected yet, but we would ask that you keep your remarks to 7 minutes or so. That will give us time for a robust discussion following this. Let me first introduce Vinay Chawla, the Director for the Office of Special Envoy for Peace Missions at the Department of State. He leads the U.S. work on TRIP, which is a centerpiece of this forum today. His portfolio sits at the intersection of diplomacy and economic statecraft, addressing railroads, rail connections, road connections, energy, the infrastructure surrounding it. Vinay, we're looking forward to hearing why this matters to the United States, which is so far away. So I'll let you begin.
Well, thank you. If it's okay, in the interest of moving the panel quickly, I'll just sit and give a couple of comments and more turn it to Q&A. I think you've heard from a lot of highly ranked folks here, esteemed folks, including my colleague Arya Lightstone, plus all of the previous panelists on why the middle corridor, the additional investments in TRIP, et cetera, are so important, how they undergird peace, how that's an input to peace, how when we envision Armenia-Azerbaijan peace, we use economics as an input rather than an output. We know that peace agreements don't hold unless you change the economic geography. But I think the single point that I'd make in my initial comments is the administration's real commitment to operationalizing that, to really lean into the economics both as a precursor, as an input to peace, but then really actually realizing it rather than just having it as a talking point. And ultimately, even if we get the middle corridor right and describe it as a link, if we describe TRIP as a link, but we get the system wrong, then even that becomes a bottleneck and not a corridor. So it's really important, I think, what we're focused on, what I heard especially Javlon say about we have to be realistic about the commercial capacity here, the competitiveness of the corridor, and as we add components like TRIP, how do we make sure that it's competitive? This is not a single corridor. This is not an alternative to other corridors. It's about resiliency. It's about building additional corridors, additional avenues, not having one route used as leveraged against other countries. And so we're not choosing one route over another. I think our desire is to see abundant energy supply reach as much of the market. You'll hear Secretary Wright talk about that in this administration, wanting to see goods and be able to move more quickly, see energy move more efficiently. And so that's the real driver, I think, for the U.S. government, really east-west connectivity. There's a lot of north-south corridors. How do we enhance the east-west? I will say a couple of areas where I'm especially interested in my own background is around financing. And I think to that end, this administration, should be noted, has allocated close to $500 million in grant concessional capital to try and leverage additional private finance. That excludes the new authorities that DFC has, with a more than $100 billion balance sheet to invest in infrastructure. And I think what's different in this administration is also a commitment to equity, of having skin in the game. Those are tools that we haven't necessarily had as much of in the past, And so I think getting the technical aspect right, the engineering, how we move trains, if we're going to move them from Kyrgyzstan, from Uzbekistan, from Kazakhstan, how do we have the right weight? How do we have the right axle loads? How do we make sure the tunnels are the right size? These are somewhat technical questions, but we are going across borders and doing the feasibility study that involves all the countries, that brings our multilateral development banks together. Those are all critical components. And I think that's what we're focused on now as we move forward. I would note for us on the trip component of the middle corridor, one, where we've had some success, I'll just highlight, since we signed or helped Armenia and Azerbaijan come together last August at the White House, we have signed a trip investment framework with the government of Armenia. We've negotiated a government-to-government agreement, and we've established a trip development company that actually gives DFC equity alongside Armenia to build this 42-kilometer railroad, energy, corridor, digital, explore critical mineral opportunities as spurs that connect. And so we've really worked out the capital formation, or capitalized and formed out the company. And I think we look forward to working alongside our EU partners, working alongside sovereign wealth funds in Central Asia and the Caucasus, and then really thinking about how we bring all of that across the Caspian through the Caucasus and really terminating in Turkey, which is a key player here, and then going out to all of Europe. So I would just end by saying we are intensely focused on the operational, and we welcome the opportunity to work with companies in the region, American companies, and drive investment, really welcome financiers as well.
Our second panelist is Talay Zayedov, advisor to Minister of Economy of Azerbaijan. Mr. Zayedov has held senior positions and leadership roles in Azerbaijan's transport and logistics sectors, most notably as Director General of the Port of Baku. And I cannot think of anyone more qualified than Talay to discuss the central role that Baku plays in connecting the entire range of Eurasian transport networks. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to be back. Congratulations, CPC, on 10th years anniversary. I would like to maybe focus on 3 issues, which I think are going to be strategically important. Obviously, being directly involved with Middle Corridor for more than a decade, and obviously I've led Port of Baku and transformed it in many ways the last 10 years. I know TDBD's problems, bottlenecks of this middle corridor. But today, I really want to focus on 3 things. First, it is misleading to focus too much on the corridor itself, because it's, if we are discussing corridors, often we say, this corridor, that corridor, there's an issue on this corridor, there are bottlenecks on these corridors. At the end of the day, corridor is a route. It connects one point with another point. The focus should be on nodes, on hubs. It is rooted in the history of the Silk Road. Silk Road has a wisdom, really. It is tested over centuries. And if you look at the history of Silk Road, you will see that the economic benefit really created by hubs that existed across the entire Eurasia. So big cities like Baghdad, especially in Central Asia, like Samarkand, Bukhara, of course Istanbul for a long time have been. These are the places that generated value and benefited the entire region. So we have to really think of, in this context when we really review the middle corridor. So the middle corridor should not be really viewed just as a transit or a transport corridor. In the context of the changing entire geopolitics, because of the critical mineral security issues, geopolitical changes in the region, so it's much more strategic, and it's going to be connected to the changes that are going to be coming in the next decade. The second point is about what is awaiting us in the next, let's say, 10 years. First, the competition is no longer going to be about trying to control or dominate a particular corridor or a route. It is going to be about who is going to dominate the value chain. So these critical minerals that we, especially in the US, we talk about, I mean, you cannot put on a container or a big ship in a double landlocked Uzbekistan and bring that copper or ore into United States for processing. So you have to think, you know, what should I do in addition to mining? Where am I going to process it? How much of it I can process there? Where is my hub is going to be located in this part of the world? That is going to provide the security and value for the potential, you know, users, either in the US or US-aligned allies elsewhere. So obviously for Azerbaijan, we have been thinking about it much longer, and we have, our hub is really where the new port is, because that port area, which we called it's Alat, it's a settlement that is named after this. Alat has port, free zone, airport, and a future city. That is our 21st century five-star hub, where we see, where we are coming into being irrelevant, we see the processing value add being done in this part of the world. And now the third point is about TRIP. TRIP, in essence, is a missing link in this new emerging geopolitical architecture, you say, or new economic landscape. It's truly a missing link. Why? Because we have obviously a connection through Georgia. That's important, but it has been developed for more than a decade. Now, new supply sources have to have alternatives. And as once maybe, I think it's often attributed to Bill Clinton that multiple pipelines, happiness are in the multiple pipelines. And in this sense, obviously, we have to be happy when there are multiple routes, as some of our previous speakers have said. So TRIP, in that sense, is going to be extremely important for shaping up this emerging new economic landscape. So it has to be really viewed bigger than just Armenia-Azerbaijan peace enabler or regional interconnector. So I think it's going to be tied into this overall development, and it's going to have a much bigger impact into the economic developments that are going to take place in the region. I would be happy to answer later on with the Q&A session. Thank you.
Excellent. Our third panelist is Ambassador Zafer Atesh, Director General for Energy, Environment, and Water Boundary Issues, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkey. He's a career diplomat, and as we would say in America, has had some plum assignments. Australia, France, the Netherlands, and most notably, he served as ambassador of Turkey to Mongolia. In his current assignment as Director General, he's focused on energy, transboundary water issues, and Turkey's engagement on regional infrastructure initiatives. So we are so pleased to have you remotely. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Ambassador, thank you very much. It's my honor and pleasure to be with you today, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. You can hear me, right?
We're good.
Okay, so it is actually it's at the right moment that we are gathering today and to discuss these issues, because the Middle Corridor has become very prominent and very high on the agenda, international agenda. So I just would like to share our vision about the Middle Corridor. We see, of course, connectivity as not only the hard transport infrastructure. We should see this concept, connectivity, as an umbrella concept, which brings together also energy, digitalization, communications, and flow of goods and also interactions between people as well. Therefore, the middle corridor represents a very important alternative vis-a-vis some other connectivity initiatives or projects. Therefore, it entails a very integrated approach. So just when it comes to energy, for example, the project Turkey and its partners have carried out in recent years, they have already diversified global energy flows and reduced single supplier dependencies. So, but there are also room for cooperation in this field. For example, we should not forget about the Turkmengas and the Trans-Caspian pipeline project, which would bring additional volumes to the world markets, and it would enhance the energy security in the region. So actually, the region is, I mean, when I'm talking about, when I mention region, of course, I have a specific focus on the Caspian Basin, but it's, of course, a wider region. But it is more than a region of hydrocarbon resources, actually. I mean, we have so many opportunities in transport as well. Therefore, as Turkey, we are carrying out so many projects with our partners within Turkey and also beyond. Thanks to these projects, we have created an uninterrupted link all the way from Beijing to London. So, but having said that, of course, there are so many things to be done as well. We have recently, just last week, I mean, attended the inauguration of the opening of the Bakü-Tbilisi-Kars railway with full capacity in Ahılkalaki. So as some panelists already mentioned, BTK is the backbone of the middle corridor. So I just would like to commend the efforts of Azerbaijan and Georgia for the realization of this project. Also, there were some references to TRIP as well. As Turkey, we are supporting the TRIP initiative, which would add another dimension to the middle corridor. It would enhance its competitiveness. So therefore, we should not only focus on the missing links, maybe on the en route, but also we should create some other connections along the road as well, and TRIP is one of them. So as Turkey also, we would like to create a synergy between the middle corridor and also the neighboring geographies as well. So just let me mention some of them, some of the initiatives. For example, the Three Seas initiative, we have become a strategic partner last year. So it is called a Three Seas initiative, but as Turkey, we can, I mean, within this geography, we can add other seas as well, like, I mean, Mediterranean and Caspian. So therefore, it would enhance the benefits of these initiatives. Another one is Iraq's development road project. I mean, so again, we would like to utilize our position to further integrate these initiatives. So therefore, we do not see the middle corridor as a standalone initiative, but there are so many opportunities when we synergize this initiative with the others as well. So, I mean, having said these positive points, we should also focus on the missing links, on the and also some challenges. Some panelists already mentioned, but I just would like to refer to some, the infrastructural gaps in some segments and some investment needs, financing needs, and also, for example, the weather conditions in the Caspian Sea and so on. Therefore, these issues also should be addressed. But these points entail close cooperation and coordination among the partner countries. So at this moment, I just would like to stop here. But if there are some questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Next, we're pleased to have joining us from Kazakhstan, Nurjan Marabayev, who's joining us remotely. Mr. Marabayev is the Director General of Semerg Invest LLP in Kazakhstan, which is a private infrastructure holding company established to help diversify Kazakhstan's economy and support regional sustainable development. If you do some online searches of Mr. Marabayev, you will see that his vision, enthusiasm, and entrepreneurial spirit just leaps off the page. So really pleased to have you. The Caspian seaport of Kurik and its maritime terminal constitute the heart of Semerg Invest. And I am sure he'll be talking about his work to expand Kazakhstan's Trans-Caspian shipping capacity. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to be with you today. Can you confirm that you see my screen, the presentation?
We hear you and we see your slides, yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. Yes, so I'm very glad to see my colleagues from Azerbaijan, Mr. Tarek, and also some distinguished guests. So I'm very happy to be part of this event today. So I represent Semerg Invest, which is a private development company that is involved in development and operation of the terminals on the route. So we are already in operation of the new port in Caspian Sea that is helping bringing United States and Europe closer to Central Asia. So as you know, the world is demanding new routes, and the Middle Corridor is a big topic now. And within this corridor, Kazakhstan is playing a big role because the longest territory of transport using railway and roads is actually in Kazakhstan. And therefore, it's quite important that, let's say, we do a good job so that actually we can have seamless and fast connectivity. So, as you know, in the Caspian Sea there are two ports, Aktau and Kurik. Kurik has been built just recently, 10 years ago. It's in operation and growing quite fast. So, why Kazakhstan, and why it is important to have Kazakhstan as a part of this Central Asia corridor? Is we are quite rich country. We have like a lot of minerals. 99 out of 118 periodic table elements are available. We also invest quite heavily in infrastructure nowadays. More than $26 billion have been attracted for critical infrastructure and production facilities over the last 3 years. And also, as you know, we are quite strong in foreign currency due to our president that has managed to get our country connected with all the necessary trade facilities. So this is just, let's say, maybe a leading roles of different materials. Number 1 in uranium production, number 2 in chromium in the world, number 10 in copper, and also like top 5 in manganese. And nowadays there is a metal mining forum happening in Astana with participation of many countries that actually investigating the potential of rare earth metals. So that is also something that is, I think, is quite important. And with regards to titanium, also there was just recently a very big deal with the United States signed for the tungsten project. So what about Semerg Invest? So Semerg Invest is a private holding that is working with international partners on the development of critical infrastructure. So we are part of United Nations Global Compact Agreement and Middle Corridor Association, Basically the company and the project is a platform for international companies to get involved in that important role. So currently we are in a close coordination and discussions with DFC for the financing of the expansion of the port. So there's already United States partnership going on, and the terminal capacity is also being developed. Not only Ro-Ro, which started as a first terminal, but also we're doing some dry cargo, bulk cargo, and starting from the next year, so we'll start containers. So as you know, it's important to make sure that the route is reliable and resilient, and for that Kazakhstan has built a new port in port of Kuryk, which Suraja multifunctional marine terminal is part of. That is in place, which is closer to Baku. It's not covered with ice and in very good navigational properties. So this is something that was done as a part of the big, let's say, New Silk Way project in cooperation with Azerbaijan and other countries around. So this is the project itself. So on the left-hand side, you see the 3D model of the project as it should be, and on the right-hand side is what is it now. So basically, within the next 2 years, we are planning to finalize all the projects in our pipeline in cooperation with Abu Dhabi ports, DFC, and several other international companies that will allow us to increase capacity to 110,000 containers per year and around 5 million tons of cargo on top of that. So this is, let's say, the snapshot. So basically, together with government terminal, the Kuryk port capacity is 11 million tons per annum, with 9 berths and 6 terminals. So, and the good news is last year we have already transshipped around 300,000 tons using this corridor, and most of this cargo is critical metals. So basically, it's copper, zinc, aluminium, lead, and then some fertilizers and grain. So basically, the critical infrastructure is already working for the critical metals, and the good news that it's already working on a good sustainable way. And on the photo, you can see also the vessel on the right hand side is a vessel which is part of our holding, which we brought as a project like a break bulk express that can transport goods for different clients. So it's like a bus that can have several clients transporting goods at the same time. That is a project that in process of design and construction now. So it's expansion. We are doing that together with 80 ports for containers, dry bulk like sulfur, fertilizers, which is now very critical with Hormuz channel problem. There is now a big demand for fertilizers and sulfur. So hopefully our project will make sure that let's say Western world is less vulnerable for this kind of crisis by having alternative sources of supply from Central Asia. So that's basically just the size of the project and the signatures of and something that is also maybe interesting for food security and for let's say supply chain diversification. The critical infrastructure is developing not only the route but also the production around this infrastructure. So same as Dr. Talih just mentioned, we are proud to say that new industry has started in Caspian Sea next to our port. It's also part of the group. The project is Organic Fish, which is producing like 5,000 tons of Norway salmon in Caspian Sea. That is basically something that allows to make Central Asia safe from the protein point of view, and also something that brings value to the community around the port that it is not only serving other countries as a transit point, but also serving as added value for the local community. So what we can do together with United States, the port capacity expansion to increase digitalization as a logistics platform development, and to consider some anchor offtake clients, hopefully that will help us to develop it faster, and to make our project also greener if there's anyone available. So we are happy to be part of this big agenda, and as you know, now it's critical minerals is supply chain is one of the major topics for United States, but also digital and green economy, improving the energy efficiency, and corridor infrastructure investment is something that we can also cover as a good side effects for this cooperation. Thank you very much, and we are happy to be part of this very good forum today, and hopefully we can make this corridor great and good. Thank you.
Thank you for a very comprehensive review and for the graphics as well. Very interesting. Our final panelist today is Zvad Sharkachvili, who is the director of POTI Seaport Administration in Georgia. Zvad has over 20 years' experience in transportation and logistics sector, both public and private. And as director of the Port Authority of POTI, he's at the center of one of the world's most dynamic port networks. We look forward to hearing about Georgia's plans for expanding your current infrastructure, as well as the status of a possible new deepwater port. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I represent the POTI Seaport. That's the main gateway serving the South Caucasus and the Central Asian countries. So we will represent an entire middle corridor, as our previous speakers already mentioned. So the POTI Seaport is owned by APM Terminals. That is a Myers group of company, and this company itself operates 62 ports and terminals across the globe. So based on our experience, in order to modernize the middle corridor and expand the capacity, we've been proactively engaged with the government of Georgia and our partners in South Caucasus and the Central Asian countries, how to transport this, one of the best alternative corridor currently, to the gateway of choice, to be competitive comparing with our northern and the southern corridors. So with our experience, we identified all of these challenges mentioned here, the bottlenecks of the middle corridor. So that's why we defined that as three main approach and an opportunity how to provide the expansion of this capacity. So first is the expansion project. So we have one of the biggest bottleneck is in infrastructure. There's the port infrastructure. So currently we only serve the feeder vessels. No any mother vessel serves across the POTI Seaport. So in order to serve the mother vessels and increase the entire middle corridor capacity, POTI Seaport identified a port expansion project. That is a deep sea port with the state-of-the-art infrastructure and the modern way of the equipment. So this is one of the biggest projects with about only the first stage is the 400 million of the investment, and the APM Terminals as the Mars Group companies already acquired the fundings, and in parallel, in order to better to identify the operational model, we continue discussions with the international foundations and international financial institutions, so together with the government of Georgia. As a second approach that we promote, they please the containerization. So in the middle corridor, and mostly all commodities are transported in the old way of the railway or the road transportation. So now we provided increasing the population of the containerization. So just to imagine POTI port, maybe there were a small port comparing with the huge ports across the globe, but all top 20 shipping lines represents POTI port. And we discussed with our partners, shipping line partners, to open the Central Asian market to them. So currently, they rarely send an empty boxes and the full containers to the Central Asian direction. So that's why we want to modernize. Modernize as a gateway of choice. So now we involved in all top 20 shipping lines, and all together we discuss how to open the Central Asian market in order shipping lines to send the container boxes to the Central Asian direction. And the third one is digitalization. Of course, in this modern AI era, there is no any place for the old-based, the paper-based documentations serving at the port, at the border crossings, and also with the customs procedures. So we introduce the port community system. At the first stage, now we have the single window. And the next stage is to involve all governmental stakeholders like customs and the border crossing, border police, and we will introduce an entire port community system in order to digitalize. So the next stage is to introduce the system and involve Baku Seaport, Kurik Port, Aktau Port, Turkmenbashi Port, in order we all to introduce the digital project as a one single middle corridor, not as a separate Poti port improving the service, no any Baku port. So we have to represent an entire middle corridor. So that's our vision, and all these projects, 3 projects have been developed and it's proactively communicated with the government of Georgia. And I think as we are waiting for final confirmation, maybe in the next year or so, in the 2, maximum 3 years, we will have the modern port expansion project that will be the deep sea port of Potis. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Exciting news from Georgia. Look forward to exploring that. I want to thank our panelists for being concise. We have time for discussion. And as you could see, we've taken this panel from the first panel, which talked about the politics of the region, to people who have actually worked on the ground, making the middle corridor a reality. Vinay, let me start with you. I had a colleague who always asked the question to keep me on my toes: so what? As an ambassador to a country that's far from the United States, I always kept that in the back of my mind. Why does that American care about Central Asia? So what's the so what? Clearly, the peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan cannot be downplayed, so significant. But beyond the political abstractions, what's the so what for the Americans who are interested in investments, interested beyond the political realm, and talk to that trip element in the so what question?
Sure. Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question and one that should be asked directly. I think there's a very direct American commercial interest. There's opportunity for American commercial footprint in the engineering work that's required to develop some of the newer infrastructure. As Tale described, if you think about the hub model and the investments in free zones, those are very attractive and can be set up in very attractive notions. If you're going to do critical minerals processing in the region, there could be American technology applied there. And if you even look at some of the transactions that have already happened in Kazakhstan, for example, you have an American locomotive company set up that's actually manufacturing locomotives, and there's a multi-billion-dollar commercial transaction that's taken along on that side. So I think that part is not very theoretical, it's very real. And then you have, we believe when you have the US involved, you can also anchor a little bit of reliability, help with standardization, be a facilitator. And I think that's why if you're an investor and you're looking at this, there is a strong case that this is going to be very durable. And I would argue, again, in this administration, the emphasis on the US government having some skin in the game by having equity in the actual trip route also guarantees that this piece will be durable and the investment opportunity will be stronger. I mentioned the allocation of grant capital and concessional capital that we made available. That also includes half of it, which would go through this enterprise fund, which is really trying to facilitate and in the capital stack offer a lower cost and where the US government still takes a return. but really incentivizes private finance and leverages it in so it can make the returns it needs in these markets. And that could be, as Tale described and as our colleague from Georgia described, or even in Kazakhstan, in some of these ports, in some of these free zones. In Poti, for example, we're investing, DFC at one end of the corridor is investing 80 million in terminal expansion. So there's real opportunities, I think, for finance as well. And lastly, I would just underscore the economic security aspect. We're not really trying to subtract any one corridor. It's all sort of additive or free zones. And we think for overall global economic security, developing this part of the world, you heard Aryeh talk about, this is a young history in many ways. And we have an opportunity to be in at the founding level. The American people do, the American government does. And by being in at the base level, at the founding level, you can really sort of see it through over the longer level. And I would say the last point I'd make here, Ambassador, is you can see the proof is in the pudding. If you look at the election results coming out of Armenia yesterday, you see positive endorsement for the work that's happening. If you look at Kazakh grain that's already moving across after this peace deal and with the facilitation of Azerbaijan into Armenia, you see a gas agreement for gasoline and diesel coming between Azerbaijan and Armenia. These are transactions, and as they build and there's momentum, it becomes a durable peace and it becomes sustainable. And rather than having a peace that was underwritten by a peacekeeping force or security guarantee, it's really underwritten by commercial transactions. And that should just only build on itself.
Excellent. We really appreciate the insights, and thanks for so much for giving us the administration's view. Tale, let me take advantage of your knowledge as former director of Baku Port. We've heard about decreasing sea levels. What solutions are out there in terms of political? The river flow from the Volga River, practical in terms of berths and dredging. Does Azerbaijan see this as something that's transitory, or is this something that you're working on long term?
Thank you. This is a very important question, actually, and there was a mentioning of navigational winds and disruptions, etc. For the record, I say non-navigational cumulative days on the Caspian is about 60 days altogether. So it's about 2 months. But there is no consequent, like subsequent 2 or 3 days that ports are closed. So you wouldn't find port closed for 3 days. That's very unlikely. Maybe for a day out of these 60, occasionally you see this too much winds, etc. So if you look at in terms of commercial viability, this is not an obstacle. Recent fall on the Caspian sea levels is an important issue. Obviously, 80% of Caspian water flows come from Volga, from Russia. And Russia has been using these water flows in recent times for agriculture, for other purposes. This has been raised. This is an important issue to be addressed. The other part, there was a study which last year it was published. It looked at the changes in the direction of winds in the region over the Caspian Sea. And it turns out in the last 10 years, the winds that traditionally Caspian Sea used to receive were northern winds, which were humid, colder winds, which has shifted over the last 10 years to the eastern winds from Turkmenistan, which are hotter, which kind of leads to higher evaporation over Caspian. And these wind shifts are directly related to wind shifts in the Pacific. So this is an interesting phenomenon that is directly linked to probably more global shifts. But overall, in the last 100, 200 years, every 25 years, we see these shifts in the Caspian level. Sometimes Caspian comes back. Sometimes after 25 years, it goes, lower. What we can do, obviously, with dredge. Yes, Azerbaijan, Port of Baku is about 7 meters. Over the last 5 years, it's probably now about 6. And the government is planning to dredge it back to 7. So is, I know, the Turkmens are doing it, so is Kazakhs. So we hope that this is going to be kind of a temporary matter, but intermodality in general is what is the focus of ours. At least from our port or this area, Alat, we have to make sure that the cargo should be able to export it in any form or shape by multiple modes, whether it's air, container, truck. And obviously it is well positioned that you bring the cargo over to Alat, you process it, and then you decide. You want to put on a container, you put on a container, on a truck, or airlift directly from Alat, new airport that is currently being built directly to Houston or Chicago. Thank you.
Excellent. Really insightful, interesting. Let me turn to Ambassador Atesh in Turkey. Rightfully so, Turkey has always prided itself as being the primary link between Europe and Asia. And as a diplomat, as an expert in transboundary water issues, having spent time in European capitals, can you talk about investment opportunities where Turkey sees the middle corridor as an opportunity not only for investment from Turkey, we haven't really talked about European investment as well as American investment, and I'd like to get a little flavor from you from Ankara and what the view is there.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, as I said in my presentation, financing is one of the issues we have to focus on. And actually, this question came at the very, very right time because we have just inked an agreement with the Asian Development Bank regarding the financing of one of the very important segments of the middle corridor, according to our view, which is the railway passing through the Yavuz Sultan Selim Bridge, just spanning the third bridge on the Istanbul Strait. So it means that we have to mobilize this financing from from multiple sources as we can. For example, just a continuation of this railway, we have also used European Union funds. I am talking about the Kapıkule and Çerkezköy, what we call, it's on the Thrace Peninsula. We have used the EU funds as well. So as Turkey, we are open to any kind of financing. So just on the outside Turkey, also, as I said in the beginning, there are some, need for investments along the road. When I said that, I'm not talking about only about the railways, but the logistics centers, the customs, and so on. So all these projects, require the mobilization of investments or financing from the relevant international financial institutions, or maybe we can use our own resources as well, because we have to mobilize them from our maybe the national budgets. But it requires, as I underlined earlier, close cooperation and coordination, because we have to maybe first prioritize these projects. Without prioritizing them, we cannot. They would be bound to remain as isolated projects, because we have to ascertain which projects are most vital for the middle corridor. So I think we should also enhance our cooperation and coordination in this field as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your concise answer. Our time is winding down, but I had two more questions. Nurjan, we haven't talked about China yet, and it appears that Kirik as a port is increasingly used as a transit point for Chinese goods heading westward. Can you talk a little bit about the types of cargo transiting the port of Kirik? And besides China, what other countries constitute the primary reliable users using your port facilities?
Thank you very much, Matthew. So yes, China is one of the users of the middle corridor, and in fact maybe one of the first major users in the beginning. However, we see that the shift is going more toward export-import operations from and into Central Asia. Because more and more the goods from Central Asia, and not only Kazakhstan, but also quite significantly Uzbekistan with fertilizers, petrochemicals, cotton, and some processed goods, and some other countries like Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan also, they are using middle corridor to cover the demand of Western markets in their goods. So if historically it was mostly done through Russia, through the big ports in Novorossiysk and like Ust-Luga and so forth. But now for some years already, this is not feasible anymore for several reasons. And therefore, currently the shift is more now going into the evacuation of, let's say, export material from Central Asia to Western markets. With regards to the China, they are mostly using currently Aktau port in Baku for as part of TITR agreement, and we see that this is mostly used for the goods which need fast delivery, maybe more expensive, but let's say fast delivery, such as technology, such as some agricultural products, and maybe some products which need to get to the market fast, you know, like some fashion products, for example. But still major volumes of, let's say, China Western transit is going through sea route, through southern routes, even though there are some issues with Red Sea and with other big points. But still they are going there because of the price, because the freight is cheaper than going through the middle corridor. As you know, now the container fleet is quite big, and therefore the freight for containers using the sea route is decreasing over the time. So therefore middle corridor, I think for Chinese goods, it's a niche for the goods which need to be delivered fast and reliable. Everything else goes on the sea route.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And then finally, Zavid, we would like a little bit more understanding about where Georgia sees a second seaport and how that would be harmonized with POTI if that were to happen. What are the current plans that you could tell us about, and what kinds of differences would there be in terms of goods and services if there is a second deep sea port?
Thank you. So as we already mentioned, middle corridor has always been the best alternative corridor comparing with the other competitors like the northern and the southern corridor. So we may discuss a lot about the tariffs and about the transit time, but for supply chain, the most important part is sustainability. And this turbulence period when the one day we hear that the Suez Canal closed and the other day we hear that the Strait of Hormuz closed. So as a best alternative, we already have this middle corridor. So the next steps is to transform as a competitive corridor, as a modern infrastructure. So that's why we need the state-of-the-art of equipment and state-of-the-art facilities. So therefore, our aim is to transform the POTI port and expand in the direction that it's not the second deep sea port, because in a high-level discussion, when you see that here we have currently the two seaports, and one of the location is the Batumi seaport, so it becomes more and more touristic area. So there won't be the place in the future for the Batumi port as a deep sea port. So it increases as a touristic area. So I don't see that it will be the two deep sea ports as in the competitors. So Georgia at least needs two ports. So in the future, we will have Anaklia and the Poti Seaport. So our colleagues are also represented there. They will be the panelists. So with the DFC foundations, they also increase the facility within the Poti port. So we may imagine that in Poti, now we have the two ports, Poti New Seaport and an APM Terminals port. So that makes the competitiveness better, and it's very good opportunity for the private companies because competition already exists in the Poti. So that's why now we have the next step to increase is the port expansion. We really need a deep sea port, not just to make a name the deep sea port, because currently we can't serve all vessels, mainly the Bosphorus Max vessels, because we have the lower draft. Our maximum draft is a 9.2. So for serving the mother vessels, container vessels, we need at least 13 meters of the draft. So that's why we will introduce a new breakwater, new turning basin. We will dredge till 14.5 meters, and we will have the real deep sea port with this logistics meaning, not just in the name of this.
Thank you, Sred. I couldn't ask for a more brilliant panel. Thank you for your insights, just perfect. And I think we're ready to move on. So once again, applause for our panelists.
I'd like to welcome to the lectern Ambassador Richard Hoagland, CPC's chairman of the board.
Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor today to introduce Senator Steve Daines of Montana. A fifth-generation Montanan, he has brought to Washington 28 years of global private sector business experience, including with the American company Procter & Gamble in China. Back home in Montana, he became a pioneer of cloud computing as a vice president of the company Right Now that was acquired by Oracle in 2012. In the U.S. Senate, he serves on a number of committees: Finance, Energy and Natural Resources, Indian Affairs, and most important to us perhaps, Foreign Relations, where he co-founded the Central Asia Caucus in 2024. In the past 2 years, he has traveled to all 8 countries of the Caspian region, as well as to many, many other world capitals in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Truly an international traveler. Senator, we are distinctly honored to have you here today, and the floor is yours.
Well, good morning. I'm very pleased to be here. I can tell you, as I looked at my schedule for the week, this was the highlight of my week. So I'm really glad to be with you today at a very important moment in the respective histories of so many countries represented here in this room. Ambassador Hoagland, thank you for that kind introduction, and thanks for your long career working to build America's ties with the Caspian region. It is greatly appreciated. I want to thank the Caspian Policy Center as well for hosting this event. And I want to acknowledge a few folks who, Ari Lightstone, I believe, participated earlier today. I had a great call with Ari just yesterday. He's been a great partner as it relates to sorting through and working in a positive way forward in this important region of the world. Deputy Secretary Chris Lando has also been a great advocate and friend for Central Asia, as one of the top leaders in the State Department, traveling to the region last year, as many of you know, alongside a very good friend of mine, Ambassador Sergio Gore, of course, originally Sergio Goratsky of Uzbekistan, who now, of course, has played a very prominent role in the Trump administration, and I was Sergio's first guest when he became ambassador India. My wife and I traveled to Delhi and stayed with him and had a wonderful visit there, engaging with the Indian leadership. And visiting from the region are certainly some very important individuals. Hikmet Hajiev, one of President Aliyev's closest advisors, Erzan Kazakhstan President Tokayev, Special Representative of the United States, and Abdulaziz Kamalov, President Mirziyoyev's Special Representative, of course, of Uzbekistan to the United States. Our relationships are in very good hands with you all. Several years ago, I had a chance to read Mr. Brzezinski's book. As you all know, the famous line from the Global Chessboard where he describes Central Asia as the wine bottle and the Caucasus as the cork. It's a great analogy. I've used that many times to help some of my colleagues who may not be as familiar with the region to understand the importance of what we're trying to do at this moment in this important region. The broader Caspian Basin has obvious geographic importance due to its position between Russia, China, and Iran. But there's also been an obvious lack of engagement, in my opinion, from the United States. As the ambassador mentioned, I worked for 6 years in China as an expat for Procter & Gamble. In fact, our 2 youngest children were born in Hong Kong. I just took my 7th visit as a senator, CODEL, to China. I was there in Beijing the week before President Trump. Secretary Rubio, Secretary Bessent, Ambassador Greer were there for the meetings with Xi Jinping and Wang Yi. We met with Foreign Minister Wang Yi as well as with the Premier, very productive meetings and seeking to try to de-escalate some of the tensions between our 2 countries, comprising 42% of the world's GDP, 2 largest militaries, and a very important relationship that we continue constructive dialogue. But importantly for this event today, I want to tell you, I traveled, as the ambassador said, to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and the Kyrgyz Republic in 2024. No U.S. senator had been to all 5 countries in well over a decade. In all 5 countries, I met with the heads of state, and we hit it off immediately. I cannot tell you the warm engagement that I personally experienced in meeting the respective heads of state. I was struck by their message, their tone, their tenor, their warm reception, and their alignment of values with the United States, core values. All 5 sincerely wanted to deepen their relationship with the United States because of our shared respect for sovereignty, independence, territorial integrity. I then visited the South Caucasus in May of 2025, while Armenia and Azerbaijan were locked in intense peace negotiations brokered by the Trump administration. That is where I had a chance to spend time with Ariel Lightstone, as we spent time in Baku, working with President Aliyev, and then going over to Armenia and meeting with Prime Minister Pashinyan. I was able to have frank conversations with President Aliyev and Prime Minister Pashinyan, and to offer some creative solutions to some of the more intractable problems that were occurring in those talks. As you all know better than anybody in this room, those were 2 countries that have been in steady conflict for decades, earnestly trying to move towards a more stable peace and to build a new and stronger relationship with the United States. As I visited these countries' capitals, I was struck by how much they represented the best parts of our own country. My wife accompanied me on many of these visits. We were struck by seeing the young families, moms and dads out pushing strollers, vibrant populations with sincere hope for the future. I realized the United States could no longer neglect to invest in countries that so deeply wanted a relationship with the United States and whose friendship carried such geopolitical importance. America's involvement in the Caspian region represents a fundamental shift on both sides. the countries of the region long looked north to Russia for regional leadership. A convention of the Soviet Union and subsequently the Russian Federation abused for their own cynical purposes. Russia made prolonged concerted efforts to maintain strife and conflict among regional states while discouraging broad-based economic growth in order to remain their regional dominance. The United States concurrently did not prioritize relations with countries in the region despite those countries' outreach back to the United States. In fact, the U.S., in my opinion, failed to convert years of counterterrorism cooperation during wars in Iraq and Afghanistan into anything resembling a long-lasting relationship. And despite the best efforts of many of our great diplomats on the ground, the ambassadors and our representatives for the State Department who were in the embassies and consulates doing the Lord's work, they found, I think, oftentimes feeling isolated from good engagement from leadership here in the United States. But 2025 marked the end of that era. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, and this administration's firm commitment to pursuing the American national interest, coupled with courageous leadership in Central Asia and the Caucasus, has created a tremendous opportunity for a new age of engagement and friendship. I remember visiting the White House last August, where we saw the signing of a landmark peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan as well. That deserves some applause, it does. As well as the profoundly important C5+1 summit, both events I was pleased to participate in and facilitate here in Washington. These two events, while important in their own right, are indicative of a broader shift to a new age of American diplomacy, as well as a new focus on this geostrategically critical region. The United States, Central Asia, and the Caucasus are at last strategically aligned. And because of this fundamental change, our relationship are at a point of such goodwill that they should last long beyond my own personal departure from the U.S. Senate or the end of this administration. America's need to diversify its supply chain, which has been discussed already in great length today at this summit, and expand its circle of friends, coupled with Central Asia and the Caucasus' desire to bring their countries forward into the future, will drive these relationships and create mutually beneficial opportunities as well as economic security. We're expanding partnerships across economic sectors, investing up and down the value chain in critical minerals and rare earths, as well as, of course, energy, telecom, ag, and the digital and traditional infrastructure. We are building important connections that are going to drive these relationships forward through strategic partnerships, development MOUs with both private sector and government-backed investments. These new systems will be the engine that drives these relationships forward and delivers concrete, strategically important results. The White House, the State Department, DFC, XM Bank, and the Department of War, among others, will all have important roles to play. We're building momentum that will move these partnerships along the path to prosperity. Building closer relations between our countries is not simply desirable, but it is a strategic imperative. These relationships must now focus on deliverables, concrete deliverables, on new mines, updated infrastructure, and the AI stack investment. I've been having great conversations with Jensen Huang, thinking strategically about what we need to do around the world to continue to drive more adoption on the US stack, in terms of the tech stack as it relates to AI in the high-tech space. We've got to focus on getting shovels in the ground or under the Caspian, whether it be TRIP, critical mineral projects, energy production, telecom infrastructure, or other important initiatives. Hopefully, these projects can lead to the ultimate completion of the Caspian interconnector to connect European-bound pipelines to Turkmenistan's vast gas reserves. I think one of the underreported fun facts of the region is Turkmenistan is the 5th largest reserve of natural gas in the world. I can tell you that's a fact that most members of Capitol Hill are not aware of, and that's part of my role to continue to inform the leaders on Capitol Hill about the vast potential of the region. This would be a critical project, provide massive economic benefit to our Turkmen friends while delivering increased energy security to our allies in Europe. REI and I were just sort of speaking yesterday about the importance, as we see what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Wouldn't it be nice to have yet another kind of east-west type route that could allow better energy security for the West? This would also increase a foundation and opportunity for other nations to diversify their infrastructure away from Russia and invest in both regional partners and domestic capabilities that will advance global economic security. But we, too, must redouble our commitment to these partnerships. Central Asia and Azerbaijan have for too long been subject to the outdated, antiquated relic called Jackson-Vanik trade restrictions. I remember debating this issue when I was in high school in Montana, just to be clear, with then my debate partner, Mike McFall, who of course was U.S. ambassador to Russia, and Mike and I are dear friends. And, we were debate partners, and we used to debate Jackson-Vanik a long time ago. I think back when Lewis and Clark first came to Montana, best I could tell. It was a long time ago. But we're working in a bipartisan fashion with the House and the Senate to repeal truly a relic of the Cold War and ensure that America can make the long-term investments necessary to bring about real change. Mr. Brzezinski's dream of uncorking Central Asia through peace in the Caucasus is finally coming true. Central Asia, for the first time, will have a continuous route to the West that does not pass through Russia or Iran. This new connection will spur greater economic partnership across the West, as well as greater intra-regional cooperation between Central Asia and the Caucasus. Further economic integration across Central Asia and the Caucasus will serve our collective interests, creating broad-based economic growth, opportunity for our people, and bolstering security, integrity, resilience. American investment and capital comes from reliable partners who are actively invested in a project's successful completion without complex political prerogatives or expectations. And I would be remiss if I had also mentioned the outcome of this weekend's election in Armenia. Prime Minister Pashinyan has led with courage and determination that is both admirable and necessary for his country's future. Despite extensive Russian election interference, the people of Armenia have granted him another mandate to lead, and I'm sure he'll build even closer relations between our countries. I've enjoyed working with him, and I look forward to continuing to work with him as well as his team. The years ahead will require continued courageous leadership, both in the United States as well as across Central Asia and the Caucasus. Those countries that have chosen to forge an independent future free of coercion or domination will reap the benefits of a closer partnership with the United States and integration into the global economic system. I'm tremendously proud of the work done with my friends in the Trump administration, as well as in the Caucasus and Central Asia, to build these new relationships. The past year has truly delivered countless landmark agreements between our countries that have created a roadmap for our collective future. I'm confident the work that I've been a part of has laid the necessary foundation for long-term American engagement in the Caucasus and Central Asia. But our continued success will depend on future senators and administrations, and the support should be bipartisan. A Central Asian official once mentioned to me in my office. He described his region as living in a submarine, submerged between its neighbors. This provides an opportunity, a unique opportunity, where the United States can utilize, I believe, its most important asset. When the dust all settles, our most important asset is trust. I agree with George Shultz's words when he said, trust is the coin of the realm. Without trust, true understanding is impossible, and likewise, true alignment cannot be achieved. Because the United States brings with it the promise of peaceful friendship and mutual benefit, we can build long-term partnerships based on shared values and shared aspirations and trust. And that will last long into the future. And while my time left in office is limited, I will say I am not retiring, I'm simply repurposing. I truly look forward to continue to work on these vital relationships after 14 years of service here on Capitol Hill in elective office. I'll be working on this for the remainder of my time in office. Some people have asked us to feel different when we've announced your retirement. I'm too busy to think about retirement truly, and we've got a lot of work left to do here for the balance of this year. I'll plan to be spending more time back in the region, so more to come on that, and we'll continue with the same determination and the commitments and the important friendships in my next chapter of life. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Senator Daines, for sharing your perspective with us. Our second panel is entitled Digital Sovereignty and Industrial AI, Technology as the Next Growth Vector, moderated by Eric Green, an advisory board member at CPC. Bringing their expertise to this topic are our three panelists. Ambassador Zavki Zavkizoda serves as ambassador of Tajikistan to the United States. Aida Badalov serves as an advisor at the Ministry of Digital Development and Transportation of Azerbaijan. And Anatoly Motkin is founder and president of Strategist.
Good morning, everyone. We're almost at lunchtime, so we'll try to keep this lively and get your appetites ready. As we've observed, many of the speakers, including Senator Daines, have mentioned AI as an important factor for economies going forward. So I'm delighted to apply some of my organic ignorance to this important topic of artificial intelligence. We've all heard about the reports from Wall Street, including the upcoming IPOs of large tech companies, down to Main Street, where there are a lot of discussions about data centers and how AI will actually affect our lives. So this panel is a chance for us to really do a deep dive on how countries in the Caspian are looking at these issues. And to kick us off, I just thought I'd throw out a couple of topics that we might want to cover. First one is the partnership, how these countries see partnership with the US, with US companies as they develop these technologies. And then the second issue relates to the title of the panel, which is digital sovereignty, and what are the implications of the AI revolution for digital sovereignty, and how do these countries, many of whom talk about a multi-vector foreign policy, how's that influenced by developments as they develop AI? So let me start with the ambassador. First of all, welcome to Washington. It's great to have you join us here and your new assignment. And I thought I'd start by asking you how your country is looking at AI and what your plans are for the future.
Sure. Thank you very much, dear moderator, dear distinguished participants, and thank you very much for inviting me. It is such a great honor to speak to such a highly professional and distinguished audience like you. Tajikistan, like many other countries, is clearly recognizing the importance of digitalization and AI as a key sources of sustainable economic development. In order to implement it in the practice, the President of Republic of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Maramon, prioritized the development of digitalization and artificial intelligence as one of the next development goal of Tajikistan. And Tajikistan has a lot to offer, not to the region, Central Asian region, and to the global community, because Tajikistan has several advantages. First, Tajikistan is a fast-growing country with the rate of growth on average 8.4% during the last 2 decades. And secondly, Tajikistan has a very young and talented labor force, with 75% of its labor population below age of 35 years old. And third, Tajikistan has lots of resources, both in terms of hydro energy resources. It has more than 70% of water resources of Central Asia. And at the same time, it has lots of critical minerals. And Tajikistan is now the second largest producer and exporter of antimony. And another advantage of Tajikistan is in its very favorable investment climate. So having taken into account all these advantages, Tajikistan is very well positioned to implement digital and AI-related infrastructure projects, and it has already done a number of significant steps. First, Tajikistan adopted first ever long-term AI development strategy up to 2040 in the region, and also first ever startup on AI called Zipl.ai established in Tajikistan, and now this company scaled up its operation to more than 15 world countries. And by the way, the chairman and also management of this company are graduates of Harvard University and Boston University, and the program and implementation of this startup, like Zipl.ai startup, is based on Boston University program. So a very modern IT park established in Tajikistan, and as of now, more than 75 residents, mainly both local and also international companies, are registered and actively operating in this modern IT park. And I'm very pleased to note that, as earlier speakers mentioned, now current administration of the US president is really focusing on the region and paying a lot of attention to Central Asian region, and it works for our benefit. In Tajikistan, we would like to always, in line with the US priorities, we would like to promote two-way cooperation. So our cooperation with US companies is two ways. It's not one way, and it is very beneficial. And it is, we see US companies are pioneering in AI development in Tajikistan. A great example is last year, a memorandum of understanding between Tajikistan Minister of Industry and New Technology and US company Perplexity AI signed on a memorandum and on implementing AI project in Tajikistan. So Tajikistan is very open to cooperation. Using this opportunity, I would like to cordially invite distinguished investors and companies of the US to consider implementing AI-related and also data center projects in Tajikistan. We do whatever depends on us to help in this process. I wish all of you participants of today's event great success, and I missed to say thank organizers of this event, so I would extend my sincere thanks to organizers of today's event. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Ambassador. On screen, we have Aida Badalova. Can you hear us? Okay, great. Hey, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about Azerbaijan's plans for the AI sector and your strategy from 25 to 28, as well as we noted that in the strategic partnership charter agreed with the United States that AI is also mentioned. So maybe you can give us some insights into those documents and Azerbaijan's plans.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. And now I envy my colleagues who would participate there in person. So I wish I'm there too, unfortunately. Thank you very much. And dear distinguished guests and dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor. And I'm very much grateful for the invitation to participate in such a discussion. It's very much important for us. And the topic, the digital sovereignty and in industrial AI is a next vector of growth that we consider in Azerbaijan. Like global experience demonstrates that the digital economy is growing approximately 3 times faster than traditional sectors of economic activity. However, the significance of digital transformation extends far beyond economic growth alone. Digitalization enables governments to make more effective data-driven decisions, enhances the accessibility of public services, and ultimately improves the quality of life for the citizens. And in Azerbaijan, we believe that technology is not merely a supporting tool, and it's for us a strategic pillar and a matter of national competitiveness. Our approach is built around 4 closely interconnected pillars. They are digitalization, artificial intelligence, innovation, and cybersecurity. And we do believe that only when developed together, they can provide a resilient, sustainable AI infrastructure, digital and AI infrastructure, and ecosystem. When we talk about digitalization in the country, we see that over the past years, Azerbaijan has undertaken significant reforms to establish the legal and institutional foundation of a digital state. The digital development concept has been adopted and provides a comprehensive strategic framework for the country's digital transformation. And the process is ongoing, despite the fact that more than 200 legal and regulatory acts have been enacted so far to enable the electronic exchange and processing of documents across both public and private sectors. At the same time, substantial investments have been made in digital infrastructure. Through the Online Azerbaijan project, nationwide access to fixed broadband internet has been achieved, and the speed of the internet has increased 7-fold. Modern data centers, sovereign data centers, have been commissioned in Baku and Yevlax, and which strengthens the country's digital backbone. The project Digital Silkway Initiative is specifically notable from the perspective it's strengthening its ability to strengthen data transmission through Caspian, connecting Central Asia to South Caucasus and to Europe through alternative digital fiber optic route. Beyond physical infrastructure, we have also developed modern digital government ecosystem. The electronic government information system facilitates secure data exchange among government institutions. And we introduced innovative solutions such as SIMA digital identity, facial digital identity, and the My Government platform, which created which actually acts as a unified digital gateway for public services and provides G2B and G2C services. The success of My Government actually illustrates growing demand for digital services. The total users by now reached 2.5 million, and we expect it to grow by 5 million users by the end of this year. The second pillar, most important one for us, is artificial intelligence. We believe that successful AI development requires not only technology, but also a clear strategic framework. That's why it became one of the very most important parts for the strategic partnership document that we have between our countries, between Azerbaijan and the US. For this reason, Azerbaijan has adopted national artificial intelligence strategy that defines governance mechanisms, institutional responsibilities, and priority sectors for AI deployment. We have also taken the first steps toward establishing the necessary computing infrastructure. A high-performance computing environment has been launched within the government cloud framework. This is especially important when we talk about the national AI demand. But in the meantime, considering that AI demand is not limited only national, but there is actually a very good case for co-locating or locating international demand, we introduced sandbox concept, and in the meantime, data embassy status for the data of third countries and which belong to third countries and third country citizens in Azerbaijan, located in Azerbaijan. So in the meantime, recognizing that the talent is the most critical resource in the AI area, we have established National Artificial Intelligence Center under ASCOM. It's a state-owned holding company where all the national infrastructure companies, SOEs like national railroads, airlines, as telecom, broadband backbone company, as in telecom, all the national critical infrastructure companies are under ASCOM. And we have AI Academy under this holding company, which is the academy is dedicated to developing local expertise and supporting the creation of national AI solutions. One notable example might be that under this academy, digital logistic platform was created, which actually enables real-time information sharing with some of Central Asian countries. And in the meantime, information sharing across the governmental agencies, which in this or that form take part in cargo transition through the country. At the same time, we believe that long-term success in AI requires a strategic focus on national competitive advantages, and Azerbaijan possesses several such advantages, one of which is energy prices, which are more than twice as competitive as many international benchmarks, and country has 2 gigawatts available power capacity in the grid as a surplus. In addition, our microeconomic and political stability, combined with constructive regional partnerships, provides an attractive environment for investment and technological development. The third pillar of our approach is the innovation ecosystem, its creation and promotion of innovation ecosystem. A key milestone in this area was the establishment of the Technopark framework, which was actually set up in 2022. And we introduced, government introduced tax and social security and other incentives for companies operating in software development and systems integration. The residents of the Technopark now reach 165 companies, around 50 foreign companies co-located in the premise, in the facility. Equally important is investment into human capital. Through the state program on education abroad, nearly 4,000 students have studied at leading international universities, and they studied information technology and programming skills and cybersecurity, especially in the field of cybersecurity, are key priorities for the recent years for us. Coming to cybersecurity, in the digital age, sovereignty is increasingly defined not only by control over territory, but also by the ability to protect data, networks, and critical digital infrastructure. For this reason, cybersecurity is the utmost priority for Azerbaijan. To strengthen governance in this area, the information security and cybersecurity strategy has been adopted. And to address the growing demand for cybersecurity professionals, as I mentioned, Azerbaijan Cybersecurity Center has been established and has already trained more than 500 specialists. Cybersecurity is constantly evolving challenge for us. Therefore, we are proposing the establishment, we actually established a National Computer Emergency Response Team and National Security Operations Center in line with international best practices. The process is underway. We also envision integration sector-specific certs and SOCs into this framework to create a more centralized and resilient national cybersecurity architecture. So our experience, we believe that as a ministry, we are actively engaging in all 4 pillars and also engaging the participants of public sectors and inviting international and foreign companies, hyperscalers to take part in the opportunities and processes that are now underway in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that great overview of the different pillars of Azerbaijan's strategy. Anatoly, you've been helping develop this sector throughout the region for many years. It's a delight to have you on the panel. I'm wondering if we could step back a little bit and maybe you can put the perspective on how Central Asia competes with the other parts of the world and kind of what priorities they should be looking at going forward in order to be competitive here.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Caspian Policy Center. Congratulations for a great event, and thank you for having me here today. For Central Asia, as a part of global digital infrastructure, we have actually 2 components. The workforce component as a part of the regional economy and the infrastructural component. And we're talking today about, for example, in Kazakhstan, about the data centers valley. And the Minister Madiev was here, I believe, 3 weeks ago, discussing here with hyperscalers in US. The same we see in Uzbekistan, we see in other countries, we see what happens in Tajikistan, where I think is the first, we have the first regional legislation for AI You've mentioned Zipple AI, Aziz John Azimi is one of the, I think, the rock stars in the region in general, not only in Tajikistan, in terms of AI. But it's true that we were developing the digital economy in the region and IT industry based on a simple understanding that there are many IT engineering companies who need talent. So the talent should be well trained, and then they might have interest to hire these people there in Central Asia or in other regions. And we know that one of the, maybe the single good legacies that remained there from Soviet times is the high level of fundamental studies. So in all these countries, math, chemistry, physics, we have still high level in the universities that is the foundation for IT studies in the region. And all this assumption actually today has been tested by AI. So many people are concerned that AI came to replace these jobs that were created within during the last 20, 30 years. I think more 20 than 30. And companies that we know well were the pioneers in the region, EPAM Systems, Exadel, Line8, and other American engineering companies who were for 2 decades hiring local talent and developing their operations there in the region. So when we're talking about AI in Central Asia, we're talking of 2 types of business. First, data centers that would be hired or given for rent to hyperscalers or other interested parties, not only the local players, global players as well. We know that many big companies, they have lack of computing capacity. And that's something that could be provided by the region, especially based on what we heard about from speaker from Azerbaijan, from the Ministry of Digital Development, what we see in Uzbekistan, in Tajikistan, the low energy prices might be one of the advantages. It's not sufficient. We know that also political risks are being perceived. We saw what happened in the Gulf, that for several decades was perceived as a safe place. And today, AWS, their actually data center was hit with one of the missiles from Iran several weeks ago. So we need to see this component and how we could convince global players to invest and also to sign off-take agreements on this computing capacity in the region. Second, what we do with work power and what we do with people who work for international companies in the region. And I think that approach of having a lot of coders, that the first was implemented actually not in Central Asia, in India, today maybe is not competitive enough. So maybe generating the added value and investing more, as we see in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and other countries, in startups pipeline, in product industry, not only how we could provide digital services to international customers. Maybe that's the key, how this region and other developing regions could survive this AI revolution that we see, where indeed, we heard it, by the way, from CEO of NVIDIA several days ago. He said, coder and IT engineer are different things. For decades, people were thinking that after 6 months of studies and computer trainings, they become coder, and that's actually the profession that will feed them for the rest of their life. It's not the true. So when we're talking about junior engineers, we're talking about people not only who know how to code in specific language, but also who know how to build the algorithms. So I think the investment should be made in the region also in fundamental studies combined with IT engineering and not only coding. And it will make the whole model more sustainable. So again, to find what might be of interest for international players to use the computing capacity in case it will be built and developed in the region. And one more thing. It's better to operate as a region and not country by country. Many times when we hear from countries that, yes, we're a region, but then they take me to a corner and say, yes, but start from our country. Still, I think that it's better to work together. And one of my friends coined the term Central Eurasia. So yes, combination of Caucasus and Central Asia with a population of 90 million people, that could be attractive more than any country that has 10, 20, and even 38 million people. Thank you.
So maybe we'll do just a quick round of questions. Mr. Ambassador, could you talk a bit about what you see as the biggest challenges now? We've heard a lot about education, the access to qualified workers, Energy seems to be something that Tajikistan has in abundance. And there's also the question about access to the advanced chips, whether that is something that's a challenge for you, but give us your own interpretation of what the challenges are.
Well, thank you very much. A number of challenges that is a sudden come to my mind. One of the biggest challenges in the region, I would consider it is unfortunately the unprecedented, the negative consequences of global climate change. That, for example, you know that Tajikistan is earlier mentioned, more than 70% of water resources of Central Asia are formed in Tajikistan. Tajikistan has more than 13,000 small, medium, and large glaciers. You know that one of the largest, but the largest polar or earth glacier in Tajikistan called Fetchenko Glacier is in Tajikistan, not in the ocean, but on the earth. For the last more than 50 years, unfortunately, due to the impact of global climate change, Tajikistan lost around 30% of its water resources, like glaciers. So it is, I think, one of the biggest challenges, and the population of the region is growing, and in high demand for energy, not coming from only industry and the people, but on the top of that, this AI and data centers significantly consume a large portion of energy. So this, if the countries, of course, Tajikistan is taking a very appropriate steps to mitigate this challenge, but alone Tajikistan, because it is a global challenge, Tajikistan alone may not be able to cope with this one. We need global action. That's why Tajikistan is very active, and in fact, the president of Tajikistan, His Excellency Mr. Maramon, initiated 6 global initiatives to the United Nations, and United Nations unanimously supported 6 initiatives of our president in Tajikistan on addressing global climate and water challenges. And in fact, recently, at the end of the May, there was a very high-level international conference in Dushanbe in Tajikistan on International Decade of Water for Sustainable Development. And next year we will host another, and the year after that, in 2028, United Nations will host very important and high-level water conference, we call it in short, in Dushanbe. So these are one of those actions that Tajikistan actively engaged in order to address this challenge. This is with regard to what global climate change challenge. And when it comes to the AI, of course, you very well mentioned education and then qualifications. Tajikistan, like in many other countries in the region, are doing its best to address this shortage of highly advanced technological specialists, like ITs or AI specialists, engineers. Of course, we are now at the earliest phase of this AI development, so a lack of specialists, we acknowledge that exists. Nevertheless, Tajikistan already not only introduced in all universities, introduced special major called AI engineer or AI specialist. On the top of that, in Tajikistan, with the help of talented, educated, young, say, specialists who graduated from leading US universities like Harvard and other universities, established a few years ago, established AI Academy, and this AI Academy is already highly engaged in educating and preparing highly advanced AI and IT specialists in Tajikistan. So we do our best to address this one, but nevertheless, I think not only for Tajikistan, for many other countries like in the region, lack of AI and IT specialists still exist, but we will try to cope with this one. On the next part of your question with regard to chips, you said, in the region, we understand that the importance of chips for AI and IT sector, but in the region, if you are concerned about the Tajikistan experience, we are about to learn and about to design some of those projects. We have a number of initiatives, plan to do that, but as far as I know, we did not did not begin implementing any kind of like chip production in Tajikistan, but we are very keen to implement at least one of kind of chip producing factory in Tajikistan. Tajikistan, as I said earlier in my earlier remarks, is like in many other regional countries in the region, is very well positioned because of several advantages and very highly competitive. It has low cost labor force, talented labor force, and it has a low cost hydroelectricity, green energy. It has critical minerals and critical metals. It has favorable investment climate. So, and it has also, because of the both climate and geography of Tajikistan, because AI and data centers infrastructure need both huge amount of energy plus also cooling needs. So Tajikistan, even climate is very suitable because we have in some part of Tajikistan, we have a, say, the location that it has minus even 40 Celsius temperature. Even during the summer season, it will go down to minus 20, but during the winter, up to minus 40. So it is very favorable condition for also cooling system. Also, we have vast amount of water resources for cooling system. So we do our best to really catch up with highly growing advanced technology and to get benefit not for Tajikistan, but for the region and also global community as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ida, could you talk a little bit more about the priorities for the cooperation with the United States, both the U.S. government and the private sector, and in terms of the four pillars that you outlined?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the question. The priorities, of course, as it was mentioned by the colleagues, also we are looking at the United States as a main partner in developing AI infrastructure in Azerbaijan. Surely it's broader telecom sector where we, again, we see it as a main partner. In the meantime, taking into account the U.S. vast interest in the critical minerals and their and participation in the mining and processing of them, of those metals and critical minerals in Central Asia, we also consider them to be main partners in developing transportation infrastructure. So from that point of view, we see them, like, if I may talk about the priorities of the ministry, so we are in line with the government's the defined sectors. They fall like 100% within the sectors that we are responsible for. So it's telecom, surely, it's AI infrastructure development, it's transportation corridor and transportation infrastructure development across the country. And the most important one is for us is the developments and the cooperation and partnership that the U.S. Currently is engaged with Armenia in constructing TRIP road. It's very important for us, and in consultation with our colleagues from the United States, we several times also provided our inputs about its importance and how we actually consider it to actually the infrastructure can play a huge role not only in actually bringing the regional transportation landscape together, but like building the bridge between Azerbaijan, mainland Azerbaijan, and Nakhchivan exclave, but in the meantime acts as a alternative route or additional route to middle corridor and strengthen the cargo flow capacity and transshipment capacity of the corridor. So it's very strategic and important matter for us.
Great, thank you. We just have a couple of minutes left. Anatoly, I don't want to let you leave without mentioning the article that you wrote recently in the Post talking about China and its role as a competitor in this space. So if you have a few things that you can add on that topic as we think about, again, about how these countries reconcile their multi-vector foreign policy objectives with this new technology, which in some respects, I think your argument is that you kind of have to choose one stack or the other.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, it's not my position, but it's as what we see that unfortunately what happens is a digital decoupling, where the one of the countries, China, utilized their technologies as a way to control other countries in two ways. First, through the technology themselves, and second, through the structure, how these technologies are provided to other countries. If we compare how China in digital sphere operates in developing countries in comparison to United States or other European countries, European countries sharing knowledge and not only providing loans to purchase the technologies that were produced by American employees in the United States. It's not the case with China. China provides loans to purchase Chinese equipment that was produced by Chinese in China, and there is no place where the local personnel in those countries that this equipment is provided to are trained to generate added value based on this equipment. Second, according to World Bank reports, countries who utilize Chinese technologies, it makes those countries non-investable. And it's something that a report that was published 2 years ago, I could send the reference. It's something that actually the countries should consider. And the third one, when we talk about Chinese technologies, in 2017, the new legislation was introduced in China openly that actually requires from each citizen or entity in the country to share any knowledge they have with the special services of China. It's not the case in US or other countries in the West, and we know that we know cases where federal agencies had to go to the court to get some information from Apple or other companies. So these technologies were not pre-designed actually to control these countries or structures that they were deployed in, and that's how we actually distinguish between trusted and not trusted technologies. So when we say trusted technologies, not necessarily we mean American technologies. It could be Ericsson, it could be Nokia, it could be any other. But the technologies that were not pre-designed actually to serve the special services or specific government, but were developed as independent products. And that's something that actually the investors also care about, and not only state agencies in this country or others. Thank you.
Well, that really gives us a good geopolitical framework in which to think further about these issues, which, of course, as we're reminded, include everything from the glaciers that produce the water to help produce the energy to empower these data centers, as well as the technicians, the labor force that's needed to develop the new technologies and the industries that we're going to be relying on all these data centers. and the policy questions that we've heard about as well, particularly the steps taken in Azerbaijan. So I think we've laid a great baseline here for thinking further about how the digital economy is really going to be a driver for the region and for the region's relationships with the United States and with the wider world. So thank you very much, panel, and please join me in thanking them.
We'll now continue with our third panel, Critical Minerals, Capitalizing on the Momentum, moderated by Dr. Marcia McGraw-Olive, an advisory board member at CPC. Joining us to discuss this topic is Ashley Beatty, Head of Global Engagement for CovCas Capital Group.
Thank you. Welcome to the afternoon session. As you see, we're not a panel, we are a conversation. And what we're going to talk about is something that, unless you've been under a rock, pardon the pun, you will know why critical minerals are important. With strategic minerals and rare earth elements, they provide something that everybody needs in modern economies to be safe, high-tech, and green. And you also know, as we just heard from Senator Daines, that it is a strategic imperative for the United States to counter Chinese dominance in supply chains, and particularly in Central Asia, which he said is not just because of critical minerals, but to create and deepen our strategic partnership and friendship with this region. Now, despite many MOUs, there's only been one company that has managed to have a breakthrough agreement, a billion-dollar agreement, that is so vital to our defense and industrial economy in the United States. That's why I'm very pleased, Ashley Beatty, to have you here, and to have you talk, because you come from a very special perspective, and that is having been since 2023, the head of global engagement of CovCas, where you have been leading government relations and trade advocacy and global public affairs in support of these geological concessions and joint venture agreements and mining agreements in Kazakhstan. And you're also on the advisory board of the directors of US-based CovCas Capital, and you're advising USA Rare Earth and REMAG. And you have a long background in managing these kind of highly complex arrangements. So I think if you don't mind, just to keep everyone on the same page, could you give us a little bit of the backstory? It's a very remarkable achievement. It was a big surprise at the C5+1 in November last year that you had this tungsten deal. Tungsten for me came out of the blue. I was expecting something more announcement on rare earths, but give us a flavor of what the two big projects are that you negotiated last.
Happy to, and thank you to everyone in the room staying after lunch. It is appreciated, and the spirit of that, I think our business efforts in Kazakhstan were a commercial outcome of, the policy aims on a multilateral basis that were discussed this morning. It is a multimodal story for trade, a mining project. How do you move mineral commodities from the region to the United States? And we're going to talk a little bit about that. But our story began in Kazakhstan in 2022. It spans 2 U.S. administrations. Kazakhstan made reforms to their mining code in 2019, and there have been a series of reforms since then that adopted Australian mining standards. And that is what initially attracted our investment, but an essential ingredient was, de-risking jurisdictional risk. Mining projects have a 99% failure rate. So only 1% of exploration comes into production, and that's on a multi-decade basis. And so one way that you reduce risk is to have a legal method for recourse. And so AIFC and the ability to pursue international arbitration through, British common law, that for us was an essential component. And hats off to the Kazakhs for recognizing that to reform the mining code really had to adopt commercial principles as much as regulatory reforms.
And to do that with a mineral like tungsten, which has had some geopolitical and market shifts, quite significant ones in the last few years. What brought tungsten to the top is one of your aims.
So in 2023, we were an early mover, but in a very mature and fluent mining economy in Kazakhstan. But they were making, on a first-come, first-served basis, geological concessions available through the Ministry of Industry and Construction. And, we pursued over a dozen concessions that were in greenfield status, but for tantalum, cesium, niobium, very high-value critical minerals that command and provide technology in the U.S. And so for us, the origin story was in 2023 on those concessions. And we have been, this will now be our third summer of acting exploration drilling campaigns in support of those projects. So we established the business presence, the rapport, the trust with the government. And that is how we were invited to the tender process to compete on the privatization of Severny Katpar, which is 2 tungsten deposits owned by the national mining company Taklan Samruk. And so it is, it was not on the ledger. We always intended to build a utility scale mining operation in Kazakhstan to support profitability, and you have to have numerous projects, and that's our ultimate aim. Tungsten was initially not part of that endeavor, but when we were invited to compete on that, it was a very compelling opportunity.
And give us a sense of the size of the 2 projects. You mentioned Severny Katpar, and I think that you have Upper Krakzi. Please mention a little bit about the size of those resources, how that compares to Chinese, who have 80% of production. Right.
So tungsten is an essential component of U.S. economic national defense. It's used mostly in industrial tooling, oil and gas drill bits. That's a primary use. Wire cutting, machine tooling, aerospace, energy, fusion energy consumes substantial amounts of tungsten. And then, of course, in the defense space for munitions and armaments, rocket engines have tungsten in them because of its high heat resistance. The market globally, you have to look at production, but then also reserve, because your reserve is what's the possible supply. And so, you go where the geology is, and Kazakhstan has abundant tier 1 generational geology across numerous minerals, commodities, tungsten being one of them. It is second in the reserve base for tungsten. China, USGS estimates China's reserves at 2.5 million tons. Our 2 tungsten projects in Kazakhstan are estimated through feasibility studies at 1.4 million tons, a reserve base. So in just these projects, we anticipate when both are in production about 15% of current global supply. That will eclipse Vietnam, which is currently the 2nd largest producer at about 8% of global supply out of Nui Phao. So between the 2 resources, they're adjacent, about 20 kilometers apart, 2 hours south of the Karaganda mining district in central Kazakhstan, a very well-established mining and active industry that has the workforce to support our operations once we're in production. These are giant generational resources that also bring a cost efficiency. The mine design is open pit. These were discovered in the Soviet era. Taklan Samruk has spoken openly about this. They were challenged to bring them to market because the technology to develop mines at this scale wasn't available in the last several decades, and then the wherewithal outside of China, the people, the know-how, who has tungsten under their fingernails. We have the team from Nui Phao that built the mine and refinery and brought it into operation. 2 of the 3 CEOs of Mason Resources, that's our CEO and COO, who have relocated permanently to Astana. They're actually actually at the C5+1 critical
Correct.
minerals dialogue today.
Yes.
So I think all of these factors, for us, it's an extraordinary project. This is probably the hardest moment because we're not in production, we just want to build it. But for Kazakhstan, it was also the market finally allowed, the demand allowed for a resource of this scale to come into active development.
And indeed, the demand is huge because of not just the industrial uses you've mentioned, but because of the defense needs. We know that missiles and munitions are also now going to be greater demand after the Ukraine war and now
Yes.
the Middle East. Now, you were in a very competitive position, as you described it, with that experience that Dominic Keaton had from Vietnam. You had that high skill, and that for the Kazakhs, my understanding was that's what they wanted. They wanted really high skilled. But still, there was a lot of competition for this, I'm quite sure. How did the U.S. government help? If the U.S. government helped, let us know.
There are people in this room, former employees within the U.S. government, really dedicated to the region, understood the policy dynamics. We were competing with other nation states on this resource, but we were at it alone as a commercial entity, a mining company. And the privatization value many things, the technological wherewithal, but I would say the offtake. And so there's a few things in the U.S. If just looking back at timelines, I've been working in rare earths and critical minerals since 2020. And typically, the market mandate will then create the policy mandate. And that's what happened in the United States. In 2020, that's when Congress authorized, the critical minerals list, which markets love because it assigns an economic value to a mineral commodity. And so in the Biden White House, a very notable 100-day supply chain report. I think there are probably 2 or 3 people here who worked on that. DOD led a macroeconomic analysis on critical minerals specifically, looking at where there would be substantial GDP loss in the United States if there was a supply chain disruption. At that time, on 35 different mineral commodities, tungsten was one. One thing that really stood out to me in that assessment is on rare earths. They assessed in 2021 that $613 million of American consumption of rare earth elements resulted into $456 billion in essential civilian economic activity in the United States. So minerals are economic multipliers. And that's a very familiar story for tungsten. It's now just coming in, I would say, into broad, kind of retail awareness. But the advocacy, the commercial diplomacy on this project and our broad business efforts in Kazakhstan followed Secretary Blinken's visit to the region and to Kazakhstan. President Biden's meeting on the sidelines with all 5 heads of state on the sidelines of UNGA in 2023. Then the first C5+1 inaugural critical minerals dialogue 2024 at UNGA in September. There are so many culminating factors, and I think C5+1 in November with this administration created not just a Kazakhstan platform, but a regional opportunity to have commercial deals that metabolized all of the policy efforts underway, in a 10-year effort. And so we were one of those, one of many commercial deals announced as part of that.
And to go on to that exact point, the commercial deals included the Wabtec railroad cars. Now, when we look back at that deal, the November C5+1 summit, and there were so many commercial deals that sounded one-off, but in fact, I think they were very strategically connected, because it comes down to what will happen when you do get those shovels in the ground and you do create those condensates that I know the Kazakh government wants you to not just take the rocks out, but to process them. You will have to export them.
Yes.
And what are your thoughts as to what direction this is going to be going in? Hint, hint, the middle corridor.
Yeah, so how, we often get asked, how are you going to move this stuff? And we say, well, there's safe passage of uranium and zinc to the United States from Kazakhstan. And so we have great faith and promise in what was discussed today. When we come into production, looking out, I think we've publicly discussed, 3.5 years from now, because we're in our active development of a final engineering phase for mine plan development. But we will produce the precursor material. It's called APT, ammonium paratungstate. It's actually a white silica. It reminds me of some of the wheat flour that I think is still on its way from Kazakhstan to New York City. I don't know if it landed yet, but is on a regular interval delivery within containers that ship by rail and then to seaports. And so this is, I think this is 0.66 pounds of tungsten. It's very, very heavy and condensed.
Let me try.
So this was
Whoa.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So this is further downstream from what we will produce, but on an equivalent basis, about 36 million a year of this, kind of cube-like formation of tungsten. And so it's very substantial. And this is part of the Wabtec story that I take, just great excitement in sharing, because it's 2 U.S. companies, Wabtec, Pennsylvania-based. We will be using the locomotives that have been incentivized in that C5 package that are being manufactured in Kazakhstan currently. And we anticipate probably, I think our initial assessment, 100 to 200 containers initially by rail, up to more than 400 a year, heading west out of central Kazakhstan. And so it's a substantial operation. There's additional capacity building, we hope, by other Western mining companies that will sit alongside us. But from a scale perspective, rail is an essential component. We have that in the location of the resource, access to rail, water infrastructure transmission. That's part of its low cost. But it's by air, by sea, and from the ground.
So before we get to that point, and let's hope we do get to it in a timely way, what more could the Kazakh government and the American government do to help ensure that you stay on a timeline and that you have a profitable operation? I know that you're going to start with a definitive feasibility study soon. So just tell us some of the steps going forward and how these two governments can help assure this vision.
So in late April, we announced publicly that we will begin a definitive feasibility study in the second half of this year. And here we are in June. That is imminent. That is, before you get into mine construction, getting that DFS, that's the acronym we use, essential component, a maximum of 18 months from when we commence that DFS. We're in a weather window this summer. I really have to commend the Kazakhs and our joint venture partner, Takun Sarmak. This spring, we signed a term sheet in November, a definitive agreement in February, a financial close at the end of April. They move swiftly for their own internal approvals, intergovernment, and support of that to meet this weather window for our site assessment, final core drilling. We are updating a feasibility study that Takun Sarmak commissioned in 2023, which has bankable components, but with our tungsten expertise through the team that we've brought from Nui Phao, we find ways to optimize. And so that's why we think it is worthy updating the feasibility to a bankable DFS. And it's just the standard as a U.S. company. We've also announced that we have a pending reverse merger on NASDAQ, and when the business combination is effected and approved, we will trade on NASDAQ under the name Kaz Resources with a ticker KAZR, K-A-Z-R. To our understanding, there's only one other Kazakh affiliate. I think it's a fintech company that trades on NASDAQ. This is I look at, Uzbekistan's investment fund that just IPO'd in London. Are essentially an IPO coming on in NASDAQ later this year, early next year. this shows Western capital markets that are making investments in the region. And so going public was always a strategy. It enhances your borrowing capacity, and this will be a combination of, debt and equity. That's how you finance mining projects. I think we've disclosed a 1.1 billion CapEx on mine and refinery build. There'll be an equity component through that. That's part of our PubCo strategy. DFC and XM, they have issued letters of interest. That's a preliminary, phase with DFC and XM engagement, but a really important signal from them that this meets their interest in the region and in a sector that they view is financeable. And so a lot of components here, but the DFS is a really exciting development because that's when, our team can really get to work on mine design.
And you turn it from resources into reserves. You're going into a proven, profitable venture. And I have to say, the NASDAQ, congratulations. This is a huge, I know there's a few steps to finalize to that, but still, for Kazakhstan and for your venture, it's huge. Now, you mentioned earlier that it would be good to have other American companies in this area. And it's not a simple thing. I know colleagues in the room who've worked on the C5+1 and who have assisted and had these very senior level meetings that goes back to 2022, 2023. But could there be more done? Because I think there's sometimes some skepticism. We've only got this one stunning example. I'm an academic, and we like to do comparative case studies. Well, this is one case we're looking at. Can we talk about other cases? What could the U.S. government more do in terms of political risk guarantees or pre-approvals of projects in a pipeline, or what more could you say to broaden this tent and broaden this pie, as it was said earlier?
So my colleagues in Astana, earlier today, going to bed now, but they were at the Mining and Metallurgy Congress in Astana today, and a very significant U.S. government delegation is there. Assistant Secretary of Commerce had traveled to the region. I know he was in Uzbekistan, and I believe he's part of the delegation today. Leland Smith, Global Supply Chains National Security Council, DFC, CEO, XM, with their infrastructure, with their deal teams. And I think, the C5+1 dialogue that's taking place in Astana, I think that just shows that we're not a one-off, that they have a broader economic interest to mobilize capital to the region in different types of products that they offer. I think that's on, multi-sectoral, but in mining we see great potential. I think, from the beginning, we would always say to Commerce, we don't want to be the only ones pursuing critical minerals in the region. And I think that the U.S. government is very actively courting and through great consideration outreach to mining companies and trade associations, also downstream refiners. So I see strong potential, and I hope, if anything, that we can draw other Western companies in the mining sector to the region. There is so much geological potential in Kazakhstan, and now markets that actually can consume this stuff. And so that wasn't the case. So, if I have to look 5 and 10 years out, it will be the footnote that, that where we are right now is just the beginning of Kazakhstan and the region to really be the global producers of mineral commodities on a go-forward basis.
Well, if I don't want to bring a downer perspective to this, but I want to add another up perspective, that this American investment brings with it some important values of international standards for items such as the environment. And we've talked about the criticality of water and energy, both to maintain this kind of production. Tell us a little bit about how you plan to incorporate environmental standards in your projects.
I mean, this is, I think, I think it's very well known in Kazakhstan, the mining standards, and through the reforms model, Australian mining practices adhere or aim to adhere to ESG standards, for mining projects that, publicly traded companies that have compliance with Dodd-Frank, it meets that threshold. And so for our environmental permits, and again, I think this is where having a joint venture partner in country is a great component, especially on a large-scale project. Some of our environmental permitting begins this year through the Ministry of Ecology. It is a very rigorous process with a high threshold. Water reclamation is a key priority. Where our deposits sit, it's not a largely inhabited area. There's one small village, I think that's 3 kilometers away, but the nearest population center 2 hours north. And so that can also work in your favor in developing these projects because it's not disrupting ecological habitats that are adjacent to thriving communities where that can be a highly valued component of lifestyle and families and healthy living. And so, I would say even our own mining team is pleased with the rigor that the Kazakhs are holding us to account to. And it is our responsibility. It's a 70-30 joint venture, but we are bringing the financing, the operational management, and then the offtake. So we're responsible for that, but it has, I would call it, really good and great oversight by the National Mining Company of Kazakhstan.
Excellent. And the offtake you just mentioned, that's largely going to go where? Have you already looked ahead to that?
So in the United States, we always look at things in markets as supply and demand. And I think in mining, that has shifted completely. We have to look at it now like demand and where's the supply? This is a demand-driven paradigm shift in tungsten. The demand has outstripped supply easily for the next 10 years. Recycling scrap materials is actually about a third amount of tungsten global production. But when munitions are dispensed in wartime theater, that's material primary supply, which is limited on a global resource basis. Reserves don't replenish themselves. That can't be captured and brought back into the market. And so there are a few places. Tungsten in the U.S. typically goes to the National Defense Stockpile so that there is an ability, for industry and the defense industrial base to have material outside of its own commercial offtake agreements. So that's one place. Project Vault, I like to call that the national demand stockpile. Project Vault is being newly created with 3 very well-known brokers for a variety of mineral commodities to have in the U.S. a place to go, get the input materials you need to advance projects. So it will be a combination of stockpile, but really we want to satisfy the U.S. commercial downstream. There is a very well-established industrial complex around tungsten in the United States beyond the production of APT. There's 4 large-scale refiners who are here. They're hurting for material. We have had high interest and offers and full offtake for our project. And pre-DFS, that's really, I think, just indicative of where the market is. Prices have soared over the last 14 months. Tungsten up to $3,000. I think that was the highest peak point in MTU. When we started competing on this resource, it was about $350 MTU basis. And so that price is scarcity. That's the prevailing price because there's no spot in the market. Ultimately, prices reflect, they come down when there's increasing supply. For us, offtake, we see, I would say we've been not surprised, but really pleased at the great interest in our project. And people in this industry, they have on the western side been getting material out of Nui Phao, and so they understand, non-China supply, and they appreciate Kazakhstan as a really well-established mining economy.
And I have to say, from the word trust that was used by Senator Daines as well, I think that your long investment in getting these concessions earlier on for rare earths and your demonstrated commitment to the country and to living up to those standards and to bringing in international expertise as you have has all helped you. And let's pray that there are other American companies that will be able to be similarly positioned, because it sounds like you, as a first mover, are coming into an extremely important demand-driven environment that you are serving very well. So thank you very much, Ashley. And I knew you would be able to keep us going for this half an hour, as you certainly did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights. Our fourth panel concerns energy security, the Caspian Basin in a changing global market. To moderate this panel, I'd like to welcome CPC's Senior Fellow for Security Studies, Dr. Roger Kenges. I'd also like to introduce our panelists. Mark Menezes is President and CEO of the U.S. Energy Association and previously served as U.S. Deputy Secretary for Energy. Orhan Zeynalov serves as Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Energy of Azerbaijan. Shauna Wilson is Deputy Assistant Secretary for Security Assistance Programs in the Bureau of Arms Control and Nonproliferation at the U.S. Department of State. And Miras Kyrgyzali is Chief Manager of Kazatomprom U.S. Representative Office.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we still have a good group in the room. You didn't finish lunch and then head back to the office or elsewhere, but you're staying. And our job now is to make sure that that is time well spent. What you're finding today, as we've run just really through a myriad of issues related to the Caspian region, to the Middle Corridor, are how many different aspects are important here. It's not just about transportation. It's not just about political deals. It's about new technologies, new ideas, as we've seen in the last two sessions, whether it's AI, critical minerals, rare earths. And now we're going to take us to perhaps a standard song in the region. I feel like a 1980s rock band getting back together. It's about energy. It's hydrocarbons. Remember, that was one of the issues that attracted us to this region in the first place. Well, it's still important. And it's not just hydrocarbons, but various forms of energy, as we'll discuss. Nuclear is becoming a more prominent or critical energy source in the region. And it's not just the energy itself, it is the routes. The comment made earlier about happiness as multiple pipelines, that still remains true. And I think more true than ever today. One of the challenges we're going to look at is really the role of energy in this space, not just finding new reserves or exporting them to the proper markets, but adjusting to the energy chaos that's taking place today. 2022, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which disrupted a number of routes from and out of Central Asia, out of the Caspian region. 2026, we have the conflict between the U.S. and Israel and Iran, and the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, causing disruption and concern. And it's interesting because prognoses of these events would suggest that prices would fluctuate radically, they would go into the stratosphere, and yes, while they've gone up, there's no question they've gone up, it hasn't been catastrophic because states have adjusted, because economies have adjusted. Some of it is short-term, drawing into strategic reserves, which will themselves have to be replenished. But others are looking at alternative routes, and no surprise, particularly the last 4 years, we've seen an increased interest, particularly in the European market, of what we see in the Caspian space, what Azerbaijan can offer, what Central Asia can offer in terms of energy, and more recently, the renewed discussion of nuclear power and what that might mean for the region, not just in a post-hydrocarbon world, I would argue in a economic or in an energy structure that complements the hydrocarbon world. And I say this, of course, in the 40th anniversary of Chernobyl, where the mindset in the region perhaps might be a bit skittish on nuclear. Well, guess what? We're now seeing a rethinking of it, and an exciting, I would argue, rethinking in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, among others. So with that, I'd like to turn to our panel to walk us through these issues in the next, just under an hour. We have a colleague online, as introduced, and I've been asked for Mr. Orhan Zeynalov, who would like to speak first. Let's remember, He's, 8 hours ahead of us. So it is a bit late in the day for him. And what we'll do is we'll start with him and then turn to Mark Menezes, Miras Kirgazali, and then finally Shauna Wilson in terms of initial comments. And then the hope is to have some back and forth and follow-up questions with each of these. And so what I'd like to do, turning to the screen, and I'll sit down at this point, for Orhan, to ask you really a simple question, but an important one, and one which I know you could probably go on for some time, but I want you to keep your thoughts crisp and clean on this. As you look at these crises that I've mentioned, as you've looked at some of the changes in the energy portfolio in the region, how do you see Azerbaijan's role in this, and how do you see Azerbaijan adjusting to these challenges? There are great opportunities for you, but there are obstacles ahead, and we're going to get into some of these later in the hour. But I'd really like you to start us off by saying, from Baku's perspective, how are you seeing these crises, and how are you seeing it impact the Azerbaijani oil and gas sector?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening and good day from Baku. Actually, as you mentioned, 8 hours ahead, so I'm joining from the future. It's a pleasure to join this distinguished panel, and really, it's a pleasure to see many familiar faces also, just as a speakers as well. So, answering your question today. Azerbaijan, generally as a part of the region, the South Caucasus, Central Asia, and generally if we look into the wider Caspian region, they are forming a single geopolitical space. Economic space and energy connectivity plays a critical role in this regard. The middle corridor and generally the importance of the energy component through the middle corridor and the Trump route for international peace and prosperity is really the highlights of the general connectivity trends in the wider region. The recent Hormuz, the crisis related to the Hormuz Strait, it really showed the importance of the middle corridor and the energy corridor, importance of Azerbaijan, and it really showed that still the unsanctioned geography is still played a role, has a role to play. It's huge resources of the region, including Azerbaijan, which is eager to deliver those resources. Today, we are, as an Azerbaijan, we are delivering crude to 25 countries and natural gas to 16 countries, including 11 NATO members and 10 EU members. Last year, we've provided 7% of the EU's natural gas import, but we're also willing to expand on this general trend. And Godspeed through the TRIP project, we will be able also to reach out the new markets, not only just the Europe, but the Middle East, that the Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, Israel, and I would like to highlight that General Azerbaijan today is a strategic supplier to Europe, but also for many decades, it's also the strategic partner for the Israel, working on the upstream fields and investing a lot into this country. And together with the Turkey and Georgia, we are forming generally the bridge between the Central Asia, the Caspian region, the Europe, and in the future, of course, we're looking into the Middle East as we started last August the supplies to Syria, it's natural gas for the electricity production. Generally, this is a very good trend, but the energy landscape today is not just about the barrels or the gigawatts. It's about the secure routes, and the current crisis, it shows that secure, reliable, and guaranteed supply it's much more important than the cheaper energy. It's not about the cheap energy or expensive energy, it's the energy available. There are some regions in Europe, in Balkans, in some other places where even the small amounts can make a huge diversification. For example, we've started 3 years ago, we started supply to Serbia, which otherwise dependent 100% from one source before. Today we're delivering like not huge amounts, but up to 12 to 13% of the Serbia's internal gas demand. So this is something as an example, generally to mention. A very important thing, the trend about the energy policy, and we are having a very long and hard conversation with our European partners and explaining and trying to convince them that the energy security is about the balance of the hydrocarbons, oil, the natural gas, importance of those hydrocarbons, but also that energy transition as well. So there is no need to abandon one energy resource, abandon the investment into the hydrocarbons for the sake of the energy transition, which is really the current crisis is also showing that lack of investment in upstream oil and gas sector may create future supply risks, and this is it's really obvious, and we are showing this the consequences of this unilateral approach. We are also as a traditional hydrocarbon producer and exporter, we're investing into the green transition. But this is made also in a balanced way in order to complement the traditional energy sector, where the additional green energy, the green projects can be used to release also the natural gas, which otherwise used in the electricity, and we can use that gas internally or export to the foreign markets. Generally, we have a strategic partnership with the United States, and we're very grateful to the Trump administration, the current administration, for building up on this partnership, strategic partnership. The peace process, the Washington peace process started in August. It plays a crucial role, and we think that the U.S. is the crucial country to ensure that these projects in the region connecting the Central Asia, Caspian region, Azerbaijan with the Middle East, Europe can be sustainable, secure, long-lasting. And I think my last point, the Central Asia is the key piece for us, strategic region. Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan with their huge gas, natural gas resources, the critical minerals. I mean, the Trans-Caspian gas transit and Trans-Caspian crude transit from Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan can be realized. They can be done with some additional cooperation, and also the critical minerals from the Central Asia, where Azerbaijan can also play a very important role as a processing hub, etc. And the first time ever, we will connect the Caspian region through the interconnector from Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Not even the Soviet time it was happened, and that's the first time ever these two energy systems for the two regions will be connected. And further on, it will be also connected to the TRIP route and further on to the other regions. I will stop here and looking forward for the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent comments. Really looking at, if you want to say, taking advantage of new opportunities, but also taking responsibility for making these new routes happen. I want to turn to Mark, coming from someone who served in government, now with the U.S. Energy Association. As you hear not just these comments, but as you look at the region and as you look at the development of energy in the Caspian Sea Basin, what, in your view, are the, if you want to say, short and medium-term challenges in getting this energy to market, really looking at some of the limitations now we've seen out of the Straits of Hormuz, and of course even the Russian sources shifting directions. And that's one of the fascinating developments is energy is still being produced, it's still being shipped, it's just going in different areas or to different consumers. How do you see the Caspian region adjusting to this?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Also, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. I want to compliment the council, putting together really some great panelists, and really looking forward to our discussion. You are right, Orkan made a great presentation, not only from the Azerbaijani viewpoint, but really from the greater region. And you started this by saying, some of us has come back together, we're sort of back to the future, right? And so that area has always, the Caspian area has always, had great amounts of energy. That really wasn't in doubt. It was always figuring out the infrastructure to actually get it out, and oil primarily, and then with the natural gas. And so it sort of began and continued to be, the fossil area. Going back to my time at the department, immediately, this would have been, 2017, so this would have been post-Paris Accord. What we saw was Europe signing the Paris Accords really began to try to reduce its emissions, and one of the solutions, and a key part of the solution, was really to become more and more dependent on Russia gas. And so, again, for the emissions point of view of it, well, natural gas certainly beats a coal emission. But what the U.S. government saw then was, well, if you're growing more on dependency, should we be looking at alternative or additional suppliers and supplies? And so we go back, we're spending a lot of time working with the EU and people in this room about not only the southern corridor, but also, the Trans-Adriatic pipeline too, to get that Azerbaijani gas, which, was not an easy thing to do. We also were working with ways to really increase supplies. It wasn't so much, although Orkan said U.S. is a key partner, it is, but the goal and the strategic importance for the U.S. back then, and it's even more so today, was really to get the investments, to get the infrastructure in, and to give choices, to bring market choices into the region. That would have the impact, potentially, of bringing Russia actually into the Western way that we do business and not using energy as weaponization abilities. Now, and so today, we sort of see what has been obvious for years. But now the region is important, and its supplies of energy and its interconnectedness is key to global security, to national security. Many of us in the energy space always have said that, energy is key to economic prosperity and national security. But now, is there any doubt that this area of the region can bring real positive solutions to continue to an alternative to the Russian supplies, and to have infrastructure that you can actually have the delivery of alternative supplies away? And then, of course, with the Strait of Hormuz restrictions that continue, it's almost self-evident that we need to increase the infrastructure to get overland routes, et cetera. It's not limited to oil and natural gas. Orkan talked about the interconnectivity. We're moving away from molecules, if you will, and embracing electrons for all the reasons in the U.S. about data and AI, and that's great, and it's important for the region, but also the realization of trying to get these markets interconnected. The Black Sea submarine cable, for example, is a great project that shows how interconnectivity can actually move electrons produced. As I said, it's not only about natural gas, but wind and solar in the region, and move it into Europe. And so don't forget about the electricity as well. So I see this, we always talk about energy, certainly the United States Energy Association, but this is really, in this moment in time, an opportunity to increase global security.
Thank you, and for also broadening the discussion, not just in terms of, we're thinking of oil and gas, but other forms of energy, because that really takes us to Miros, with Kazatomprom. Clearly you have a unique position here on this panel, but also in this DC community, of understanding why and how Kazakhstan is looking at nuclear power. And it's fascinating. I'll just, one quick comment before I hear from you, which is, Kazakhstan is uniquely placed in this. I mean, it was a victim of nuclear testing for decades during the Soviet period. It was one of the few countries that voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons on its soil. So we're looking at an experience where you would logically say, perhaps we're not going to use this, but then you've had a referendum which has said, you know what, peaceful nuclear energy is viable and it's workable, even if we could rest on our hydrocarbon laurels. Being a major oil producer, we're going to look at other sources. And so really it's in this light, how do you see the evolution of nuclear power in Kazakhstan in light of its still, rather significant hydrocarbon base? And in light of some of these challenges, do you see it as a way to move away from traditional links that you've had in the past? And I think, as Mark so aptly put, the ties you've had with some of the countries, particularly to the north.
Thank you, Dr. Kangas. It's a great question. First of all, thank you to the CPC team to inviting us, being at this stage. It's a huge pleasure for us. I think the panel session is consists of hydrocarbons and nuclear, so I think it's quite unusual to see the hydrocarbons and nuclear at the same stage, because most of the time it used to be the conflict of interest, but now everyone sees the demand is there and everyone needs the energy, and that's why I think we're teaming up and talking here about the nuclear and the hydrocarbon. So, Dr. Kangas, you mentioned very spot on in terms of how Kazakhstan has been suffering from the nuclear history, but at the same time seeing the future, how to develop its nuclear domestic. And yeah, there have been sentiment on Kazakhstan side regarding the nuclear energy, but I think by educating the people in terms of explaining what it is and how to eat it, basically everyone understands it, and the nation turned to the stage where the nuclear can be the part of the energy mix. So I think that's a huge fulfillment for the country. And here I want to just make a brief disclaimer that Kazatomprom is a national operator for the uranium export and import, and we don't much have ties with the development of nuclear in the Kazakhstan, but being an industry as a whole and being 75% owned by the government, I think that's the natural to say about what's going on in Kazakhstan. So the referendum went well. The nation supported the nuclear introduction into the energy mix. I think that's a huge step, and this is the very inevitable thing for Kazakhstan, being 40% of primary supply of the uranium, which is the basically feed material for the whole entire industry of the nuclear. That's very synergic, I would say. Apart from that, we are now taking a very bold step in terms of going forward on introducing it. There was a lot of news about how Kazakhstan will and handling the introduction of the nuclear. Certainly your question about the northern neighbor, I think this question should be next time asked for we have an agency who is taking care of the nuclear aspect, so you probably ask them, but as an industry peer, I would say that every single movement of Kazakhstan towards nuclear energy, I think it's a good pitch for us, because it's creating a substantial demand for ourselves, being a seller of the uranium. So we sell uranium globally. Every third reactor in the world is basically our customer, and being fed by our uranium. So that's why we will be happy to see Kazakhstan as a supplier, customer of ours. So I think that's pretty much from it.
Excellent. And that last point, I don't want to say unscripted, but boy, I'm glad you brought that up, which is the exporting of uranium. Kazakhstan, of course, is a significant exporter of uranium in the world. And this is part of my questioning, really, for Shauna Wilson, who comes at us as, ASD from, the State Department. I appreciate your presence here. I know your schedule's pretty busy these days. But as you've been hearing your colleagues here on the panel discuss energy futures, the challenges looking today and ahead, and looking as well, bringing in the nuclear issue, and agreed. Putting hydrocarbons and nuclear on the same panel is a bit of a challenge, but you know what? I think the more and more we think of the variety of energy sources, it makes sense. Looking at it from Washington's perspective, what do you see as not just, here are the challenges, in the region, but what the U.S. can do, what U.S. companies can do, but specifically the U.S. government? How do you see us playing a role in this?
Thank you, Roger, for the question and the opportunity to speak with all of you today. So I'm in the Bureau of Arms Control and Nonproliferation, which I will reference as ACN for this conversation. And one of our priorities is ensuring the highest standards of nuclear safety and security, yet promoting peaceful uses. And part of that conversation has been small modular reactors. There's a lot of interest from a number of countries in this technology. Countries are looking to it as a potential energy source. And one of the reasons, or some of the reasons that countries are interested in SMRs are because they're pretty flexible and really efficient. You can build them in a factory in one place and move them and actually have them operational in another. They can be used for multiple sources. So I see that as sort of those combinations. And so for us in ACN, we are using both diplomatic and sort of foreign assistance tools to help countries like make informed decisions about whether SMRs are really sort of meeting their needs. And sort of in the right now, we are looking at an executive order, it's 14922, that really talks about the deployment of advanced nuclear technologies. And we really use that sort of as our North Star, both in our diplomatic engagement as well as with our programming. And so on the diplomatic side, we've got these 123 agreements, which are really sort of your framework documents that you need to export nuclear technology, reactors, or any materials. And then to sort of augment or complement that, sort of in the area that I work in with foreign assistance, we have a flagship initiative called the Foundational Infrastructure for Responsible Use of Small Modular Reactor Technology. And in good State Department form, we have a great acronym called FIRST. And this was launched in 2019, and I really love this initiative because it helps US vendors deploy safe and secure reactors to foreign countries with the potential for creating really substantial deals for US companies and potentially creating jobs. Currently, FIRST is engaged with about 50 countries on 50 continents. They're all in varying degrees, sort of in this process, but they're all just sort of exploring the potential for, again, the safe and secure use of this SMR technology to meet their growing needs. I'm gonna highlight our engagement with 3 out of those 50 that are relevant for today's discussion. First is Armenia. They've been a very active partner since 2021. We've been able to do a pre-feasibility study there. We're deploying now sort of SMR financial services, advisory services, but overall just laying the groundwork for hopefully a deployment of US made SMRs, hopefully by 2036, but we'll see. Next, it's Kazakhstan, also a really important active partner in FIRST, has been engaged in the program for about 4 years. We're looking to do a feasibility study there. But we're also deploying an SMR control room simulator that will be based in Almaty, and that's gonna be a training hub for SMR workforce development throughout Central Asia. And then lastly, I'll highlight Uzbekistan, another key partner, very active in the program for the last 3 years. Similar to the other 2 countries, a feasibility study, financial advisory services, but also in Uzbekistan, we're looking at another key component for all of this, and that's regulatory assistance. I will point out that Uzbekistan last year in September signed a nuclear cooperation MOU, which is usually the precursor for a 123 agreement. So these are just a few examples of how FIRST leverages sort of US expertise for the safety and security, leveraging US companies, but really sort of helping countries make informed decisions about what's best for them and how to achieve their energy goals and as my colleague said, really, for us, it's this apex of economic and national security work. So thank you.
Excellent. Now, for all four of you have raised the issue of changing energy dynamics, particularly in the export market or the development of new energy sources. Again, we tend to think of the region as in terms of its export potential. But I want to take your attention really to the domestic market. And where do you see changes in the domestic patterns or growth patterns, if you will, for energy needs in the South Caucasus, in Central Asia? And it's not just the economies are expanding, but with the inclusion now of data centers, as we heard recently or earlier today, the energy needs of those centers are going to strain some of our economies. How do you see your sectors, oil and gas and also nuclear, playing a role in the increased and changing domestic energy market? And in this regard, I'm going to actually go in reverse order. So Shauna, I'll let you kind of address first, and I think from the U.S. side, you can offer some thoughts, and this will give a chance for our colleagues to think of some proper responses to this. Shauna, I'll turn to you.
It's just almost a continuation of what I was saying, because actually one of the reasons that we created the first program was really sort of to be the conduit between U.S. companies and foreign partners. And we believe that the U.S. Industry really is the safest and most advanced in the world, and that therefore makes the U.S. the partner of choice. And we see not only a large, but a very consequential role for U.S. industry. And as I mentioned for FIRST, there's the potential if SMRs are deployed for generating substantial deals and hopefully creating jobs for American workers. So we think the opportunities are there, and we definitely can meet the challenge.
So answering your question, Kazakhstan ambition in terms of introducing the nuclear power into the grid is basically justified by the real demand that happening in the region. So Kazakhstan already announced that there will be 3 nuclear power plants, each of them having a 2 reactor. It should be around 1,000 megawatts, which is accumulate to the 1,000 megawatts and accumulate to the 6 gigawatts. So basically substantial volume to the market itself. And given that there's a hyperscalers, data centers, and this data center hype is being also part of the Kazakhstan's development. So I think all of this IT developments and the AI will be tailwind for supporting this nuclear generation electricity coming online. And in terms of timeline, I think the current market is being raised towards having enormous amount of energy, which is quite justifiable, and I think Kazakhstan is on track to do it on time and most probably on budget, and will be on this race. So it's pretty much.
Well, first, I'd like to thank Miras and Kazakhstan for being able to provide enriched uranium to our civilian nuclear fleet over the years, and they've been able to maintain their competitiveness in our organized market. So we do recognize that, and to our civilian fleet, let me just extend that thanks. I should also say that the United States Energy Association is a not-for-profit. We've been around 100 years, and we have members of all types of energy as members, and we have been working with other governments, state and our own U.S. government in the region for years to try to get this infrastructure in place, be it electricity, be it natural gas, pipelines, et cetera. I would like to just say a couple of things about today's topic and bringing nuclear in. You know, this is not an either-or game. Just want to remind everybody that nuclear, typically we talk about nuclear as a source of electricity. It can certainly be a source of heat, but we're talking about a source of electricity, which is key to meet the increasing demands. And also remember that it's still going to be very important to continue, for the reasons previously said, for the development and export and transportation of both oil and natural gas. Remember, natural gas is a feedstock, you know, for all of our petrochemicals that we use today. Don't forget fertilizers, and likewise oil and transportation until we really convert to electric vehicles when that day comes. But until then, we are, you know, the global supply for oil and natural gas still is like 80% of fossil, I guess, is 80% of global demand. So there'll always be room for everybody. I would like to point out, too, to the people in the audience, the significance of this discussion about nuclear, but SMRs. The wonderful new advanced technologies are advanced reactors, and the different companies have different technologies, and they're very significantly different. So NuScale, for example, you know, is developing, you know, light water reactors or pressurized water reactors. These are water-cooled nukes. So these are the nukes we sort of grew up with. It's just on a modular scale and smaller, but that technology is known, and we know that we can build it, and we know we can operate it, but it is water-cooled. The advanced reactors are they run the gamut. It's sodium cooled or it's gas cooled. It doesn't use water in the way that traditional nuclear reactors have used it. Now, that means that you don't have to deal with as much of radioactive water, potential valve leaks. 3 Mile Island was a valve leak, you know, where radioactive vapor escaped. With these advanced reactors, you won't even have that issue. They literally are, quote, walk away safe. That helps with the non-proliferation issues. I see my former colleague at NNSA. That is a big issue. USEA, we focus very much on ensuring that regulatory standards are met, but that the technologies are such that it can take, it's a smaller environmental impact. It is not as great a safety risk. So our NRC even recognizes that. So when you hear this discussion about nuclear, think in those terms. Plus, as we know, it's all emission-free electrons. They can go on those electricity grids and move emission-free electrons around. So EU can still meet its emission reductions. It all helps out, but it is all integrated. But I would invite you, you know, to keep that in mind as well. And even further north, outside of the region, but still those countries adjacent to Russia, they're looking at nuclear too for energy independence for all the reasons we said before. So you see it, you know, in even larger areas. So it's great to be having that conversation. I know the State Department's initiative is really going to push the envelope in that direction.
Orhan, you've had a chance now to think about your own response and then also perhaps address some of the issues or challenges raised by our colleagues here. So I'll turn the microphone over to you, please.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's a lovely conversation, and I really appreciate the colleagues' remarks. I would like to touch upon also the civil nuclear energy program in Azerbaijan. So Azerbaijan is also planning to introduce the nuclear energy as a part of its energy mix. Right now, we're doing, let's say, at the pre-feasibility stage, learning the conditions, what are the possible opportunities, options, and working closely with the IAEA, but also with the potential partners as well. And the interagency group has been formed, a task force a couple of months ago, and generally, here we see the nuclear energy as a part of our energy mix, generally just to balance the grid. It's long-term, it's very reliable, though very expensive, but still, if simple math, 100 megawatt nuclear is equal to 400 megawatt solar, just a comparison. In terms of our plans, we will continue investing in our hydrocarbon sector. Last year, we've produced 51.5 BCM. Within the next 5-6 years from 5 prospective fields we're planning to produce additionally 13, 14 BCM. But at the same time, we will explore the green energy transition options. By 2032, we are planning to introduce 8 gigawatt of renewable energy, solar and wind electricity in Azerbaijan, which will be exported through the 4 interconnectors, but also will be used as a general energy for the AI data centers. And we're also closely collaborating with US hyperscalers in this regard, because electricity, as Mark rightly mentioned, is really growing rapidly. It's a single most rapidly growing component of the energy sector. Meanwhile, we're also investing in our infrastructure, the ports, terminals, interconnectors, because they are as important as the oil fields at the current stage. Again, we are continuing investing in the overseas assets, including the downstream refining capacities. Recently, we've acquired pretty large, one of the largest refinery assets in Italy, which will also allow us to work closely with our partners in the Mediterranean area. Combining that with the refining capacity in Turkey, generally right now we have roughly 24-25 million ton refining capacity. So generally, Africa is an interesting market for us. The upstream, some sort of SOCAR has been exploring the investment opportunities, have done already in partnership with the third countries. But again, the first priority is to have the reliable network of interconnectors, the oil, gas, the electricity interconnectors, which will provide us more flexibility, more options. When you're dependent on the single source, single route, it's always a problem. And generally, looking into the Hormuz crisis, we still see that the pipeline gas is still very reliable, and sometimes it's not much dependent on the maritime routes, etc. So that's we will continue pushing for the SGC expansion and more gas export to the potential markets, but also we'll explore working with our Central Asian partners and the United States, Turkey, Georgia to utilize the private sector investments into this interconnector network generally like that. And finally, I forgot to mention that all these interconnector projects, electricity interconnector, they will also feature the fiber optic component, FOC, so that transferring the data, which is very important for the data security, but also very important to monitor the critical infrastructure along the way when there is a subsea cables, etc., which there are many threads, etc., so that those fiber optics also provides additional security and monitoring options for the critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm not going to let you off the hook just yet. I want to follow up, and we'll go, in if you want to say the standard order in responding to this, because I think all 4 of you have brought up, in my view, some fascinating options for the present and future status of energy in the region, and really what I would say is the responsible handling of this energy, if you want to think of it as energy security in the broadest sense of the term. But how do we get there? And there are obstacles. And obviously, if this were all so easy, it would be done immediately and with no problem. But there are problems. And I think and I'm really thinking as 4 experts on this panel who've worked in these topics intimately, when you look at the challenges in making these goals attainable and attained, so to speak, what are the big obstacles? What's maybe the number 1 obstacle or just a set of obstacles that you would see? And I can broaden it by saying whether it's a domestic challenge, a regional challenge, a global challenge, a market challenge. But Orhan, I'll turn to you first in terms of what you think the biggest challenge is from your vantage.
I'll be realistic. I mean, those are the challenges we're facing on daily basis. Domestically, it's of course based purely on the energy sector that the grid stability, energy system stability is always first priority for any project, the internal, international project, etc. Then there you come just to consider the interest of the transmission system operator. I mean, just generally in terms of the balancing and security of the grid. So the technical specifications sometimes need to be on par with the commercial viability of the project. So this is the generally which differentiates the energy projects from generally logistical transit projects, that in energy you also have to ensure that the technical specs are on par with the requirements of the national system. Then going beyond the national jurisdiction, the cross-border jurisdiction, when you are doing with the cross-border projects, multiple jurisdictions, you have to think about what is the streamlined way to deliver, to ensure that investors are getting their profits, the projects has the very positive IRR, etc. So in that case, I think that first is the political will, which can be formulated in terms of the relevant IGAs, where the governments can provide support in terms of the capital expenses, some tax incentives, etc., to make those projects more viable, more attractive. And at the same time, the tariffs. When you are talking about the cross-border interconnectors, the oil, gas, and generally now the electricity, green energy, so that the simplified, streamlined tariff is very important. Very important what will be the landing price, so that the energy will be delivered and the project developers will also benefit from that, and there'll be generally the mutual interest for the development. Sometimes the projects commercial sides are not very attractive, particularly when we're talking about the purely green projects, which is the wind and solar. In that case, you have to somehow blend them with the CCGT, sometimes with the water, etc. So purely green projects at this time couldn't be very, very profitable, because the market is getting very competitive, more energy is coming on stage, but at the same time you have to ensure that there is a interest from the investors. So all in all, in the cross-border jurisdictions, you have to first ensure the political will through the IGA, where the investors have the predictable conditions and they can be confident that the project will move forward. Secondly, you have to have on board the TSOs from multiple jurisdictions and the private operators, that they will also have the proper technical framework for the project to operate within the certain guidelines. And thirdly, you have to think about also the future looking, from the point of expansion, what will be the forecast in 5 years, in 10 years, what will be the market demand, what will be the price forecast, and that's where you can also utilize that generally the market trends, but very hard to predict, Dr. Kangas. Thank you.
Mark, I'll turn to you.
I think Arkan did a great job of underscoring the fact that all of these projects are very complex and they bring their own challenges as you go through regulatory certainty, financing, insurance backing, all the things, workforce, make sure that you have all that, domestic content. And listening to Orkan describe this too, and reflecting on our own challenges in the United States, you know how difficult we have going interstate from one state to another. This is, you literally, of course, are involving many countries or several countries to negotiate. And And Orkan, I think, did a great job identifying the hurdles that you see. Certainly at the United States Energy Association, when we helped put together the contract path for the natural gas coming out of Azerbaijan up into Europe, it was the TSO operators. You had to negotiate. You had to be a good business person. You had tariffs. You had postage stamp issues. It is classic what you would expect. So these are very, very complex. Now, on top of that, with the SMR discussion, you don't see a lot of SMRs operating in the United States. Why? We haven't built them yet. Okay, first one's probably going to be built by Canada. And so this advanced reactors we're talking about, you know, it's new technology, but we haven't built many of them. So we're betting on this technology. That has its own issues. It has its own supply chain issues. And you should also be aware that as excited as we are for advanced reactors, one of our newest members and companies to the USEA is the fusion industry. That's right, nuclear fusion. Why? Because now we have AI, and we have private capital flows. I'm just going to put this out there, you know, about what new technologies. Private capital now is funding breakthrough technologies in fusion. We've got like 57 companies. They all have their different technologies. But think about this. If you can get the capital flows and use of AI, you can now test to fail and keep building, much like Elon Musk does SpaceX. So he's not waiting around for the government to give him money or anything. He's got the capital. He tests to fail. He uses AI for the data. And look how quickly he's developed these missiles. Same thing with fusion. So I bring this up, too, to also whet your appetite to think, now, why can fusion be so much better than SMRs, right? Well, think about this. You can put a fusion anywhere. And you have limited fuel. And it, too, is when fusion, it's fusion, not fission. You're not exploding an atom. It's imploding. And so when a malfunction happens, it literally stops. So the challenges with that, we still need new materials for the heat transfer, materials that haven't been developed yet. But so I kind of went far afield, but I just felt myself getting enthusiastic about the fusion. I didn't. When you said new technology and you were talking about nuclear, I just felt I wanted to put that out there.
It's a big field. You're not going far afield.
But those are the challenges we see. It's a lot like what you see here. You have all those parties, all those issues, everyone, and it comes down to trust. It really comes down to trust. No businessman or company is just going to go in there and say, you know, this is how it's going to be done. Orkan, I think, outlined it, and I think that's typically everybody's experiences.
Miros, your thoughts?
Speaking of the obstacles in building the nuclear power plant project in Kazakhstan, to be honest, as I started my speech saying the disclaimer, I'm not in the shoes of the agency who's first-hand handling all of these issues with the nuclear power plant project. But as an industry expert, I can say that the main key obstacle that every single nuclear power plant developer might have is the sentiment, the sentiment of the public. So I think Kazakhstan already overpassed this sentiment part and now going towards more bold actions. And there will be definitely a lot of obstacles and difficulties on building it and making the regulation, the framework, task force, the workforce, labor, all of the thing might be difficult, especially for the first comer. But I think there's a huge experience which is built throughout the years of the nuclear industry development that basically will contribute to Kazakhstan, and we can basically regionally work on it because we have several neighboring countries who are in a great pace of the development, and at the same time we're having a good size with the US, who has 94 reactors as we speak operating, and they have substantial experience on developing and operating that. So basically, all of these challenges, obstacles might be, but as I said, sentiment is something that everyone has to work on. And Mark, you just touched base on the SMR part and saying where it is. To be honest, I'm like the first hand working with this SMR projects. There are several SMR projects like Kyra, X Energy, Okla, and that's very surprising that these guys are now moving towards tangible future, because we see the demand from their side, and I don't know to what extent you follow, there was a recent news from Idaho National Laboratory where they did first criticality of the non-fuel reactor. So I think that's the part of the development of the SMR, which is very interesting for global market. And if there's a SMR will be happening, like company like us who's producing the uranium would be more than happy, because that's basically our customer. And being a business person, we usually see it every time on the demand side, and being a supplier. So that's what it is from our side.
My colleagues have done an amazing job of outlining sort of all of the complexities. I would just add sort of the timeline, right? That's a reality of working in this space, is that it requires a long time horizon. And you noticed when I outlined our engagement with Armenia, we started back in 2021 with a projection of a potential deployment in 2036. So that is just the reality that we're dealing with. And I would just sort of underscore a point that Mark said, that this really is based on sort of trust and transparency and respect for sovereignty. And therefore, one of our takes through this first initiative is to try to get in with countries on the ground and provide them with resources to make informed decisions. We're not making the choice for them, but providing sort of those tools so that whatever technology they deem to be best for them and sort of their needs, they're able to make that decision with the best knowledge possible. And so knowing, though, that there will be a significant time horizon, and which is needed to deal with all those elements, and even that, you still don't know how much time you're going to need.
That's true, and it's interesting when you say you bring in the time horizon, and we're speaking of 2036 as out years. Believe it or not, though, that it does move quickly, and we do find within the next 10 years there may be other developments happening. But I think, back to your point, and this ties in with what our colleagues here on the panel have said. As we plan through and work on energy structures and energy processes that are going to go out to market, or even for domestic consumption, time matters. Sadly, time matters in another way. We're at end, and I do want to keep to time here, so we'll do that. I'll not ask the final question, which I was going to throw out, who do you think will win the World Cup? But we can debate that during the break. I will say, and I'll have it here on stage, both Turkey and Uzbekistan will make it out of group and go to the knockout round. I'm not going to predict anything beyond that. Oh wait, England may get it for the first time in 60 years. No, I'm not going to say that. Well, actually, yeah, for our UK friends, congrats. More importantly, in terms of congratulations, is in the immediate nature to our four speakers. I think you've walked us through a number of not just challenging or complex issues, and I like the idea or the notion that was raised of these are multiple issues that are all happening and each one has its own problems. But we're looking at it from the private sector, from the public sector, from different countries' perspectives, et cetera, and I think you've really offered some complementary thoughts here. So I want to thank you all for your participation. Orhan, thank you for staying with us this evening. Have a late tea or coffee before you go to bed.
Thank you very much. I mean, I want to use this opportunity to thank the organizers. We're joining again from the evening side of the world. It's 10:35 in Baku, and I think it shows that it's truly a global event, the forum. Thank you so much.
Indeed it is. Thank you all. Thank you.
Our final panel of the day is on business investment along the Middle Corridor, moderated by Dr. Alexander Sokolowski, an advisory board member at CPC. I'm delighted to present our panelists. Laura Brank is a partner at the firm Brian Cave Leighton Paisner. Madina Junaspekova works as senior advisor to the executive director at the International Monetary Fund. and Luca Kirvalishvili is head of the Commerce Department at the PACE Group.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our final panel at today's forum. I'm Alexander Sokolowski, a member of the Advisory Council, as was said, Caspian Policy Center, and a visiting scholar at George Washington University. Sincere thanks to all of you for staying until the last session. I may be a bit biased, but I think we've saved some of the best for the last. We have a really great panel. So let's get right into it. This is the panel on business investment along the Middle Corridor. And we have some really excellent panelists. I'm just going to introduce them again because I think during the first introduction there was a bit of background noise. So we have Laura Brank, a partner at the law firm BCLP, who has worked extensively in this region for many years. We have Medina Juzumbekova, a senior advisor to the executive director at the International Monetary Fund. And we have Luca Kirvalashvili, head of the Commerce Department at PACE Group, based in Georgia. So to get into the substance, I think this panel builds nicely on the discussion that we had this morning. But that discussion was really more on the strategy and the planning and even the infrastructure of issues related to the Middle Corridor. And in this panel, I think we have the chance to delve into the specifics of what is needed to catalyze increased business investment and financing to further develop Middle Corridor networks. And so even with like the best strategies, ambitious infrastructure projects, and impressive momentum, all of which we have for the Middle Corridor, ultimately, I think these trade, energy, transit, and digital networks are only going to grow and be sustained if we get more market-oriented actors and capital to grow as part of these networks. So this will be a real test. This ability to attract private sector and IFI capital will be a real test for the Middle Corridor's staying power. This is really where the rubber hits the road in a lot of ways. So we'll take the order. We'll start with Laura, we'll go to Medina, and then we'll end with Luca. That's just following the kind of logical order of starting with the legal, regulatory environment, moving on to the IFI picture, and then finally looking how this works in an actual country along the Middle Corridor. So let's get right into it. I'll start with Laura, and I'll ask Laura to provide us with a sense of the opportunities and challenges on the legal and regulatory front for attracting further business capital across the Middle Corridor. Laura.
Thank you so much, Alex, and thank you very much to the Caspian Policy Center for inviting me to speak today, and a very big congratulations for your 10-year anniversary. It's a really incredible accomplishment, and it gets better every year, so well done. So trying to cover the legal and regulatory environment over 8 different countries is challenging. The countries are at different levels of development. Some have had a lot more investment and sort of a lot of trial by error. And so they've made a lot more improvements than maybe some other countries that haven't received as much foreign investment as, say, for example, Kazakhstan, which is obviously very early on started receiving a lot of foreign investment, and therefore their legal system has maybe developed further than other countries in the region. But I think there are some themes that we can take away from what's happening, and we've heard some of these themes today. Particularly with respect to trade facilitation. I mean, there's a real recognition that you're crossing the border of a number of countries. How do you simplify that process? How do you make sure that your tariffs are not going to be so prohibitively high that it's not going to be an attractive route for commerce? And so what we've seen is a number of efforts, including improvements on facilitating trade through the region through the InfoTrade Central Asia project, which was the gateway funded by the EU, largely by the EU. And this has allowed for businesses to get information relatively quickly in terms of how to transit through the region. It's gotten rid of a lot of the regulatory barriers to trade that will allow for more commerce to go through the Middle Corridor. So that's a very important first step. It's really been since 2023, so we're still in sort of the infancy But that's really allowing for a lot more transparency in terms of tariffs and procedures. So that's been a great improvement. In terms of the investment in the foreign investment side of things, the OECD a number of years ago looked at, in particular, I'm talking now about Central Asia, the various barriers to trade and ease of doing business in each of the countries, and made a number of recommendations about what to do. And a number of these countries have been very successful in implementing these changes, but it's slow. It's a slow process. When you think about it, that's 6 years ago, and making these kind of changes takes time. But things like simplifying the tax systems, making things more transparent, and we heard today, I think our friend from the Kyrgyz Republic talked about, gee, when you make the tax reforms, interestingly enough, you eliminate the corruption and you have more tax revenue. I mean, that's a very valuable statement, because that's exactly why you have these kinds of tax reforms. And it has been a persistent problem in the region, sort of the transparency of the tax laws and being able to understand what your obligations are going to be. So there have been some really great improvements in that respect. Another big area of improvement has been in terms of the arbitration possibilities. Again, a previous speaker talked about the AFIC. I think Ashley mentioned that was a big factor in their decision to make the investment, was the fact that they did have the AIFC in Kazakhstan. And we've had the privilege, I guess, of already litigating matters in the AIFC, and have been very, very impressed. For those of you that don't know, it is English law governed. You can have English law governed contracts and English qualified judges that hear a dispute. That's a huge relief for investors coming in. First time I went to Kazakhstan 30 years ago, when they were privatizing the power generating facilities around the country. And it was pretty chaotic, because investors were very nervous about enforcement of their contracts, and the fact that there was no sort of fair court that they could go to, and it was a big negotiation with the government about where you could have your disputes heard. And so now this has really created a real opportunity to have a neutral forum, right inside of Kazakhstan, to be able to cure these disputes. The tax incentives were mentioned earlier as well. That's been very important for investors. It is a huge commitment to invest in this region. So having those tax incentives in place has been really important. The digitalization has been very important, and I think, again, Kazakhstan has done an enormous, made enormous strides in terms of the digitalization, makes paying taxes and dealing with bureaucrats much easier than in the past. So these are all the improvements that we've seen. Now, what are some of the challenges that we continue to have in the region? First, I would mention that some of the countries still don't allow for free conversion of currency, repatriation of profits, and they also don't allow for the recognition of some of the foreign governed laws in terms of the contracts, where foreign parties want to have a foreign law governing the contract. Contract enforcement, notwithstanding what we've seen with AAFC, we still have those kinds of challenges in local courts in enforcement of contracts. And then some of the unpredictability, and that was mentioned in the last panel as well. Investors really need predictability. They need predictability in terms of laws. They need predictability in terms of what they're going to be paying on taxes. So those are still challenges that we're still seeing. So what are the things that we advise our clients that go into the region in terms of practical challenges? Because of this non-transparent, sometimes some laws that aren't very transparent, the due diligence really, you need to do enhanced due diligence in this part of the world, simply because, not so much because it's worse than investment in the US or somewhere else, but just because the systems are so different, and some of the things that you have an expectation that would be there are not there. And so you really need to understand what's the infrastructure going to be? We've talked so much about infrastructure today, but one of the things to think about is, these rails, a lot of the infrastructure was built in Soviet times and directed towards Russia. You really need to think, how do you get your product out? How do you, what are the road conditions in all the different, types of weather? What really do you need to think about? How to think about long-term contracts, because you may not have ready suppliers and you really need the reliability of power, for example, energy sources. How can you make sure to do that? So doing things like getting long-term contracts are really important. And then one of the biggest challenges these days, of course, is because of Russia and because of the sanctions and the fact that some of these countries are diverting goods that shouldn't go to Russia because of the sanctions, and that's created a number of problems for some Kyrgyz Republic banks, for example, have been sanctioned by the U.S. and the EU because of this. And I know there's been a lot of crackdown in a number of countries about that, but it also creates risks for investors. You need to make sure that your counterparties are not diverting your products in violation of sanctions, and because the penalties could be huge, obviously, if you're doing so. So those are some of the sort of key things, but happy to talk further in the question and answer period.
Great, thank you very much for that, Laura. And I would also just compliment you on, you are absolutely right. This is an extremely varied and complex topic. Lots of countries, lots of issues, and you did a great kind of tour of the region and some of the key issues in a very clear way. So thank you very much for that. And as we said, as we think about countries and investments, it's really about what's bankable, what's profitable at the end of the day. Okay, so with that, I'd now like to turn to you now, Medina, to get your sense of the broader macroeconomic picture for a lot of these countries and the perspective of the IFIs on the overall environment for investment and doing business in the region and for providing financing for infrastructure projects. So over to you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much, Afghan. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Laura, I think you've given an excellent overview of all the challenges, but also all the good things we have in the region. So thank you for that. I will try to complement your intervention here and give some macroeconomic overview. At the beginning, I must say that all the views I'm gonna share right now with you, they are not necessarily the thoughts of the International Monetary Fund and the position. They are my own personal, given my experience in Kazakhstan, but also here in DC. As we look to the countries of the Middle Corridor, what we really see is that over the last 2 decades and the last decade also, those countries, they been through remarkable transformation. And I think people who would visit our countries 10 years ago would be astonished how resilient they are and how strong they are right now. So we've seen millions of people moved to the middle class. We see how the labor force has changed. So all these, they are positive factors which we see right now, which is very important for our discussion today. So right now we are living in the global uncertainty. I think every day we wake up and we listen to news and we see that there are new developments and we are kind of get used to the new normal, that everything is changing. And Central Asian economies and Middle Corridor economies, the countries along the Middle Corridor, have shown a remarkable resilience. And I think resilience is right now a currency, a hot currency, which is very looked by investors, and that's what we can see. So according to the IMF economic outlook, the region, Central Asian and Middle Corridor economies are extremely resilient. And I think this is kind of a precondition for the growing interest we see right now. So we are here in DC discussing this. And yeah, so I think we also see that the trade is expanding, the world is moving, but there are like two trends. One trend is not only expanding, but also reorganizing and looking for new routes, for routes which are resilient, which are stable. So, and I think this is the big part of the discussion. So. We also have a huge potential, like for the middle corridor, because still, even right now, about 80% of the trade moves by sea. So it means that we have enormous growth potential. We can expand this. In my personal opinion, right now, the challenge is not the vision of the middle corridor, but the coordination and some of the challenges Laura just mentioned in terms of like how countries can adapt to these new challenges, how they coordinate, how they can strengthen their economic integration would play a major role. So for the IFIs, I think it's evident, it's obvious that the region needs some investment, enabling of the private investment also in the region, and there is a huge interest from the IFIs. So, for example, I can give you an example. As I'm from Kazakhstan, the IBRD provided a guarantee for 846 million to the Kazakhstan Timur-Zhily, which is our national railroads, and this will attract, according to the prediction of the economist, of the team, around 141 billion of the private investment. So I think this is important, and this is what's happening. And we see right now that the World Bank is changing its strategy and becomes one World Bank, attracting like more attention to the region. So hopefully this determination of the local governments of the countries along the middle corridor will help this connectivity and will enable even more investments into the region. So I think that's my view on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Medina. Now, maybe keying off of your great example from Kazakhstan, we're now going to move to another country in the region, Georgia, to get a little bit lower altitude here and look at some of the specifics from the Georgia example. So with Luca, I'd like to turn to you for this more specific country-level example and a key hub for the middle corridor in Georgia. Could you please provide us with an update on key opportunities and challenges that you're seeing that Georgia faces in seeking to build the infrastructure to improve throughput capacity and improve the efficiency of shipment via Georgia?
Thank you, Alex. I would like to start by saying thank you to the CPC for organizing this event, and I would like to thank you all for sticking around till the end. Thank you very much. I will speak from the perspective of private sector because I will be representing PACE group of companies today. I will speak few words about who we are and what our company does so you understand my standpoint. We are a Georgian-based company, and we specialize in transportation and logistics. Our main commodity cargo that we handle is mineral fertilizers coming from Central Asia, but we also have all sorts of types of other cargoes. I would like to say that PACE Georgia is not only a local company, but regional as well, because we provide freight forwarding services and also expediting services in Azerbaijan and also in all the other Central Asian countries, for which also I would like to use the chance to thank the government and private sector of those countries for the strong partnership, for long-lasting partnership, and the partnership we have is really well coordinated, so this is really helpful in the business, in this business, which is the industry of transportation. What I would like to now to touch upon the topic of the panel, which is the investment opportunities, also the challenges in the region, is that, first of all, the infrastructure itself was the challenge. But right now we see developments in this phase. I don't want to show off too much, but we are proud of this, that DFC invested more than 80 million US dollars in our company, and with the help of DFC and United States government, we were able to complete the project of building our own port, which was finished in 2022. And this enabled us to attract 1.5 million tons of cargo per year more, in addition to what we had before. So not to only speak about PACE Group and our company, also our colleagues here, Mr. Zviad was on a previous panel, APM Terminals is also planning on expansion. We have to say also that Georgian government is doing very beneficial things in this aspect in terms of acquiring locomotive for railway, meaning multiplying the number of rail cars that are on the railroad. Also, Georgian government took care, there was some technical problems regarding the railway because, you know, Georgia is mountainous region and the railway goes through a lot of mountains in Georgia. And these tunnels that the railway went through was not, how to say, modernized. So Georgian government started implementing changes in this field as well. You can see our neighbor countries like Turkey, Azerbaijan, we heard they are all making investments. So in terms of infrastructure, investments have been already made. But speaking as a business representative in transportation industry, I want to say that countries coming together and having same values and same mindset is the biggest challenge, not only in this corridor. I think it's globally because you have different cultures, you have different policies, different governments, but specifically in transportation business, having countries working together. Also, our colleagues mentioned the problem of digitalization. Digitalization has to do with exactly this topic that countries come together, create universal platform through which cargo can move or cargo can be traded on. Not traded on, but transportation, logistics can be solved on. I'm sure that universal platform can exist in Middle Corridor on which us countries can have benefits on. And I think us coming together and working together is the priority, so to say. Thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I think it's indisputable that Georgia has made major investments in the building of its infrastructure over the last several years, which I think have contributed really importantly to the development of the Middle Corridor, especially at that key node on the Black Sea. But if I could stay with you, Luca, a little bit on, as we think about the Black Sea, thinking about the other port, which is Anaklia, which has been a case that's been out there for a long time, and there's been a lot of hopes and aspirations for Anaklia as a true deep sea port. I know there was some conversations earlier about Poti and deepening the depth there. But I wanted to get your sense on Anaklia, what the prospects are for it, what might need to happen or what could happen to move things forward. Because as a Georgia watcher myself, I can tell you I've been very, chomping at the bit to hope that somehow Anaklia would come into being. But anyway, any thoughts on Anaklia would be helpful. Thanks.
So to talk about transportation, we have to look at geography as well. I want to say that in the Middle Corridor, when cargo, let's say, comes from east to west, okay? From Central Asian countries, it comes to Azerbaijan, and then from Azerbaijan, the shortest route to the sea is Georgia. So any infrastructure expansion in Georgia will be beneficial for the overall middle corridor, because previously we had infrastructure problems, meaning that there was no infrastructure, so to say, not enough to facilitate the demand of cargo. Miss Ashley said really well that in terms of rich minerals, she said that there was a first demand and then supply. I think in transportation it's the same, because a demand of moving cargo through this region is there. It existed, it was there. It was just not enough infrastructure, because I know from the point of company's standpoint, we have turned down many requests because we were simply not able to handle them, because we didn't have enough space, we didn't have enough rail cars, so on. So to eliminate this problem, even Anaklia deep seaport will be a good answer to this because it will put Georgia on the map. And also in capitalism, we know that healthy competition is essential for progress and development and growth. If there is no competition, progress doesn't happen. So yes, it will be a competition for our company, but it will be a beneficial competition. We are ready for it, and we are even happy about it because it's not only a deep sea port. With deep sea port, the upgrade on the railway will come, the upgrade on road infrastructure will come. So this is all a chain reaction that will start happening, which will benefit all the players on the market.
I definitely agree that the development of Anaklia, when it comes, will definitely be a real shot in the arm for the middle corridor in general. So thank you. For a second question, I wanted to get back to something just a little bit more in terms of gaining our bearings and understanding where we are. And this would be, I think, mostly for you, Medina, but for others if they wanted to jump in on it. So a few years ago, I think most of us are familiar with the famous World Bank report that talked about the middle corridor and talked about tripling volumes of flows of trade and then also transit times being cut in half. And we've heard a lot of facts and figures thrown out earlier today and this morning about where we are. But I wanted to get your sense of actually where you think we are and will be, most importantly. In other words, it seems like so far there's strong momentum. In some ways, progress has been better than expected. But do you think that we will make those numbers that were talked about in that World Bank report by 2030? And if not, what are the things that might slow us down, or what are the things that might help us overshoot those targets? Thanks.
Well, Alec, thank you for the great question. I think I will start, as all economists would say, it depends. So it's really hard to say like what we're gonna have like in the next month, or in the next 2 months. But I can say that the report, it's a famous report, has been issued at the end of 2023, so it's not enough time yet to see, but the dynamics, what we see is very positive. I think we are definitely going into this direction. At the IFIs, we often say like downside risk and upside risks. So as I touched on in my intervention, the region was very resilient and very stable, and also growing region. So meaning that for us, all this uncertainty which is going around in some regards could be also seen as a upside risk. So hopefully we're going to get there and it's going to be tripled by 2030. Fingers crossed.
Anyone else want to venture a forecast or even just a qualitative assessment of where they think we are? Look, I see you grabbing your microphone.
Like, I'm not able to do the professional forecasting, so to say, but just the numbers from the past show that it's increasing. So even during the hard times of crisis, it even increased more. So I don't see why it's going to be a decline in the future.
Same,
Laura? Just as a lawyer, I think the best comment that was, it depends. And it really does depend, because I think that, what we're seeing now is a real momentum. And, if, say the Ukraine war ends and people just go back to old trade partners, or if something happens in the Middle East, where we see peace, then maybe it won't have the same, sort of pressures on it to really strengthen the middle corridor. But at the same time, I think all of this has taught us globally about how unpredictable, between these various wars and COVID, how you need to have multiple, ways of transportation and transportation routes. So I do think that everybody's learned that lesson, and hopefully that will mean that the pressure will not come off of building this further.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I think it's an interesting point and question about to what extent are these new, building of these new routes a reaction to sanctions on Russia, and to what extent are they already so deeply set that there's no turning back. I tend to think it's more the latter than the former, but you never know. Okay, next question I had for all three of you actually is related to this. I just talked a little bit about some broader geopolitical partners, and that is that we're all, thinking optimistic thoughts here today and the development of the Middle Corridor. We're hoping that Armenia and Azerbaijan will formalize and institutionalize peace, as I think Pashinyan has been putting it, and we're hoping that the Iran war will end. But what about if those things unfortunately get drawn out? There is a possibility the Azerbaijan-Armenia peace has taken longer than I would have hoped. Many of us would have hoped that the Iran conflict would be over by now. If you were speaking to investors, or you are a private sector company yourself, what would you say to investors about investing even in that muddling through type of scenario? In other words, yes, the skies are not completely clear. There are challenges, but are there things that could either be done in terms of reforms and policy changes that you haven't mentioned, or things that could be said that could convince investors that this still is a wise long-term investment in a muddling through scenario?
Well, yeah, it is. Yes, it is a complex question, and I think there are a lot of assumptions in this question. I would say that these things you just mentioned, they're already happening. So I think the good precursor is like what we see is now there. It rather could be better, or it could be the same, basically. So it's not that we are predicting some new wars or some unfortunate events. So like those things, war in Iran is happening right now and affecting the world economy and the world trade, and yes, and the peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan hopefully is on track. So on the way to signed and to be formalized. So I would say that it is a good moment to enter right now, because the governments of those countries, they're very interested in attracting new investors. And they would be interested in providing even more guarantees to those investors. And I think this is also a chance to start a new business in the region which was stable, despite all these challenges which are happening right now, and which most probably will just go better. As we know, like the region has already been like strengthened, and the quality of people, of human capital, of legislation, of platforms, of like all these things, it's just improving. So I would say welcome to the Middle Corridor. Yeah.
Wow, that was a great elevator speech. Impressive. Laura, were you going to add?
Yeah, no, I would just really echo what you're saying here, because we have stability in the region right now, and even if the war in Ukraine will end, it's going to be many years before there will be stability and trust built again with Russia in particular. So we heard about the growth numbers. Where could you go where you could get this type of growth at 10% a year type of economic growth? So I do think there's a lot to be said about the stability of the region right now.
Great.
Yeah, I'm going to agree to my colleagues. Just the political environment has proven about the feasibility and profitability of this corridor. Politics has to do a lot with it, but I think as long as our values and mindset of the countries that are in this room, for example, or the countries that are working on the Middle Corridor are aligned, then I think this stability will be maintained.
That's great. Great, thanks. So yeah, maybe to summarize a little bit of what I'm hearing, it's we have the will of the governments in the region. We have growing trust. We have some success and momentum already, and it's a chance to get in on the ground floor, so to speak, so and get good profits. So that's great. Okay, I'll move to my last question for all three of you, and we might end a little early, actually, which would be great. I think we started early. So most recognize the importance of TRIP. We talked about that earlier today, how important that is. I've talked about that being a green light for the rest of a lot of other things, if we can get that missing link filled in. But again, let's take that out of the picture, because I think a lot of you might point to TRIP. If you couldn't choose TRIP, aside from that, if there was one reform or one project or one investment that would be at the top of your wish list for catalyzing further development in the Middle Corridor, what would it be? And I won't hold you to just one, but the idea is here, if there's really one takeaway that you want to leave with people, what would you like to see, which would be one catalyzing move that could build further into the momentum of the development of the Middle Corridor? What would it be?
I think it's very easy to me to answer this question. I think, and I hope that if this would be just one thing, I would say the rule of law. Yes. So I think we already have those countries which are stable, but as we know, rule of law in the institutions, it takes time to mature, to work properly, and there is always room for improvement. So
But Medina, could I press you on that just a little bit? Because the rule of law is great, no one's against that, but it's really, really broad. With this question, I'm looking for, is there some specific reform, some legal measure? Because yes, I think anyone would always say the rule of law is great and that we should improve that, but that's hard to hang your hat on. So I don't know if, sorry to be tough, but
I agree, though. I mean, I would say, yes, it's a general topic, but it's about enforcement. I mean, the laws on the books are actually pretty good. And, they've been developed over the past 35 years now, and they're good. But the issue is about the courts and the enforcement. And also, let's say the word out loud, the possibility of corruption of judges. And so that's really, in my mind, the rule of law really means about judicial enforcement and about combating corruption. And so it's not just about enacting the laws, it's about enforcing the laws consistently. That's, I think, really, and I think you're absolutely right about the rule of law. And frankly, I was going to say something similar, so that's why I sort of jumped in.
I've been outvoted, so yes, I agree.
But, the other thing is, just before to move on, is about values, right? And you just mentioned the values are very different, but the fact is that there needs to be a culture of compliance, and people need to not just, enact these laws, but they really need to have a value system and a culture of compliance, and that is really going to be the big difference for the region once that culture of compliance is embedded.
So my answer will be, again, from the perspective of more practical and more business point of view, because I don't know too much about what legality changes could be done in this along the whole corridor, because there are too many countries. But what I know of, as I said before, is there has to be definitely improvements in infrastructure and digitalization. We see that infrastructure is already happening. A lot of countries are investing in this. So the reason why I say digitalization or automation, we can even call it, is that, for example, as we speak now, we are also, again, with the help of TFC, we are constructing a new berth in our port, which will be fully automated, meaning that no more human labor will be needed to load and unload the ships, the vessels. This is not only good for environment in terms of eco-friendliness, but also it makes the process of transportation much more efficient and much quicker. The rate of loading and unloading which will be quicker, which will be also more attractive for the investors in this region. Also, the reason why I say digitalization is that I'm sure all the countries from post-Soviet Union know this. Today, as of today, we're in 2026, but you will be surprised there are so many documents that still need to be filled out by hand, and the original copies need to be sent from one country to another country with posts and stamps, and this creates so much bottleneck, so to say, and it delays the time, and hence it makes the middle corridor less attractive, so to say. And if we have more digital policies implemented or more automated ways of doing things, it will cut down the time, and it will be much more efficient to move cargo through middle corridor. So I think this subject needs improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Yes, some elements of Soviet business culture die hard, really, really hard, like the stamp. Right? Okay, so yeah, in that answer, I thought that those answers were really fantastic because I think they also help to kind of summarize some of the key themes that we've been really talking about all day and for a long time: stability, predictability, resilience, trust, the rule of law, digitalization, efficiency. And I think these are, I think the answer that we're getting is we have to keep our minds focused on those key things if we want to move forward. Before we end, I just wanted to see if there were any final words from any of our panelists, anything that you didn't get to mention that you might want to mention, or are we good?
I would say that I think we must mention that AI should help us in achieving our goals. I think like what just Luca mentioned, we can do that. We can coordinate, we can move our systems towards each other to digitalize, and I think AI can also help us to identify those gaps and then maybe just close them. Yeah.
I would go back to when we're talking about the digitalization, and absolutely right, and getting rid of some of those procedures and using AI. That also goes to trust and compliance, right? And I can't tell you how many times that people are just shocked that we do not stamp our contracts, or that we allow, PDF copies of contracts to go through, because there's that trust that's lacking, that somehow, you're being cheated. And so I think all of that goes, and the digital side of things will go more as a system of trust is built.
Okay, with that, just thank you all very much for some really thoughtful insights and comments on this panel, and all, please join me in a round of applause for our panelists.
All right, Your Excellencies, honored guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I really promise I'll be brief with these closing remarks, but I want first and foremost to thank you all for being here today. This is very important, I think, not only to us, but to the region. Also, sincere thanks to all the government and business leaders who took time from their intense international schedules to participate today, some of who traveled all the way around the world to get here. I also especially want to give thanks to the Caspian Policy staff who put this together, and most importantly, to our young interns who worked their hearts out to make this happen. I was going to ask for a round of applause, but you did it automatically, so thank you so much for that. As I'm sure you know, the Caspian Policy Center is a relatively new, and by Washington standards, a relatively small think tank, but it most definitely punches above its weight. It's well known to top-level government and business leaders here in the United States and in the Caspian region countries, as well as elsewhere in the world. I've often said that CPC practices something called Track 1.5 diplomacy. So what is that? Track 1 diplomacy is between diplomats. Track 2 diplomacy is private sector. Track 1.5 is halfway between. And what that means is I have discovered in the years that I have worked with the Caspian Policy Center that government officials will trust our members to pass messages to other government officials in other countries because they know that we will tell the truth and we are honest. I think that is enormously important, and it's very unusual. So I'm very pleased about that. Finally, in the 10th anniversary year of the Caspian Policy Center, I want to give special thanks to its founder and current CEO, Efgan Nifty. Thank you, sir, for everything that you have done. And now, I said I would be brief. I wish you all a good rest of the day and safe travels home, whether it's across town or to the other side of the globe. All the very best to you. Druzia, da Straight Sheep. Thank you.